I'm a DC superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Skills. See Hawkeye again. Do you want to redeem the Green Arrow template? Redeem. Anton's mind was filled with countless information. Oliver Queen was born into the richest family in Star City, the Quinn family, which controls a family asset worth tens of billions, Quinn Industries. He was originally a bohemian rich second generation who was stranded on a deserted island after a shipwreck. In order to survive, he learned skills such as archery and fighting. Later, he took advantage of the opportunity of the pirate ship docking to defeat the pirates and use their ship to return to the United States. After returning to Star City, Oliver became the superhero Green Arrow and later joined the Justice League. The island where Green Arrow was trapped was Purgatory. Of course, Green Arrow was not simply trapped on the island and unable to escape. There were many twists and turns in the story. In short, Anton has the ability to transform into Green Arrow. Based on the number of hero templates he currently has, 2, the system gave him a skill for free. Clone. He can transform himself into Green Arrow. At the same time, he can also separate the identity of Green Arrow. The clone has all of Anton's memories, has the ability to act and judge independently, and is in tune with Anton. Even Anton can transfer his consciousness to the clone at any time. However, after the clone is separated, fan points will be consumed every moment. It is equivalent to in-app purchase skills that are consumed by duration. Anton knew that the system would not give him benefits for nothing. Isn't this the essence of penguins, asking for money? Of course, the price of Green Arrow is not expensive. It takes 100,000 fan points to maintain the Green Arrow clone for an hour. When the fan points are consumed, the Green Arrow clone will automatically disappear. Of course, if Anton does not use the clone and turns into Green Arrow himself, fan points will not be consumed. Batman's price is even more exaggerated. It takes 500,000 fan points to maintain the Batman clone for an hour, which is 12 million a day. This is more expensive than the price Anton exchanged for Batman. In comparison, Green Arrow, who costs 100,000 an hour, only needs 2.4 million fan points a day. It is still more cost effective to use the Green Arrow clone. As you can imagine, the more powerful the hero, the more fan value will be consumed. For example, Superman, the fan value consumed by using the clone skill is absolutely an astronomical figure. Green Arrow fan value balance. 230,000, based on the price of 100,000 per hour, and if it is less than an hour, it will be settled as an hour. Now he can maintain the Green Arrow clone for 2 hours. I don't know if it is expensive to maintain the Cyborg clone. Anton pondered. Green Arrow is worth 10 million, and the clone is 100, over 1 hour. Batman's original price is 50 million, and the clone is 500, over 1 hour. Then, Cyborg is worth 20 million, and the clone price should be 200, over 1 hour. It's not unacceptable. So, when the Justice League is fully established, there will be 3 of him. When the original DC Justice League gathers, all 7 giants are him. If the Justice League adopts a voting system, according to the rule of majority, even if Spider-Man, Venom, Daredevil and the 4 Turtles are counted, each with 1 vote, they can only tie with him at most. Batman gives Venom another look, and it will be 8-6. Who has the final say in the Justice League? I have the final say. Anton thought happily, and when he came to his senses, he found that it was time to get off work. The dusk shone into the house, peaceful and beautiful. He pushed open the office door and found that there were only a few people working overtime outside. They probably planned to finish their work before going home. Anton, see you tomorrow. Natasha saw him push the door out, greeted him, and left the company with her hips twisted. Anton saw Natasha leave, narrowed his eyes, and thought of Coulson who had just visited. He really didn't want to have too close contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. now. There are many troubles in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury has been surrounded by Hydra and didn't know it. Looking around the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., it seems that there are only a few good people. Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Mariah Hill, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. Apart from these 5 people, who can be counted on one hand, Anton does not think there are any good people in SHIELD. Everyone can be Hydra. For example, the infiltration ability of Hydra is like a group of police officers going undercover in a gang. In the end, the entire gang, except for the boss, is a police officer. I'm playing tricks on you. At least before the Hydra problem is fully exposed and SHIELD cleans itself up, Anton will not consider further cooperation with SHIELD. It's best to keep out of the way. If it doesn't work, it's not bad for everyone to maintain a superficial relationship. The reason why SHIELD ended the previous Kingpin incident was entirely because Kingpin was too powerful in New York. Putting Kingpin in an ordinary prison is not called imprisonment at all, it's called vacation. Let SHIELD, who is not afraid of offending people, end it. There is no need to worry about Kingpin's revenge afterwards, nor do you have to worry about the backlash of New York politicians who have received benefits from Kingpin, killing two birds with one stone. Besides, Kingpin and Stark Industries have cooperated. At that time, SHIELD was investigating Abadia, so it was natural for SHIELD to solve some of the problems caused by Abadia. But now, Anton has his own plans for the Lizard Man and the Green Goblin. SHIELD may not only be thinking about the Lizard Man and the Green Goblin, they may want to intensify their connection with Batman. Anton felt that Black Salted Egg probably wanted to pull Batman into the Avengers in his conception. However, this was completely in conflict with Anton's own idea. It's time to have a good talk with the people from SHIELD. Anton whispered to himself. He returned to the office and looked out the window at the street. Natasha walked out of the building where the company was located. At the same time, a taxi appeared at the door of the building at the right time. Anton found that Natasha always took a taxi to go home, and he felt something in his heart and guessed that this car was probably from SHIELD. Thinking of Coulson arriving in New York today, there is a great probability that Black Widow will find Coulson after get off work and report on her daily lurking in the past few days. So he quickly went downstairs and followed him. With the tracking technology he inherited from Bruce Wayne, he easily followed the taxi where Natasha was. Hawkeye and Natasha are both top agents with strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. After Anton followed for a distance, he casually parked the car on the side of the road. He stopped a taxi on the side of the road and threw a stack of banknotes to the driver. "Help me drive the car home. Let me drive your car, and all this money is yours. Find a car yourself the next day. It won't be difficult for you, right?" No. The driver was a middle-aged white man. When he saw the stack of banknotes, he smiled and agreed without hesitation. He didn't think it was a hassle to find a car. So Anton changed a taxi and drove to the road he was following again. A moment later, in a neighborhood in Brooklyn, he saw Natasha get off the car and walk into a house. The taxi that Natasha was riding in was parked in a nearby parking lot. Soon, a familiar man got off the car. He looked around casually and then followed Natasha's steps and walked into the house. Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye. Chapter 102 Green Arrow, your opponent is me. Anton's taxi did not stop. He drove at a constant speed, observed everything through the rearview mirror, and left the area straight. A few minutes later, he found a parking lot and parked. At this time, it was dark. The neon lights of the Big Apple began to flicker again. Anton turned into a black bat and rushed into the darkness of the building. He kept moving from the shadows and quickly came to the roof of Natasha's house. Through the sensing equipment of the armor, he captured the location of Natasha and others in the house. He flashed again and lay quietly on the windowsill, intending to listen to the communication between Natasha and others. I can't judge whether Anton is Batman's spokesperson or he is Batman, but I think he is repulsive to us. Natasha's voice sounded. His attitude can at least represent part of Batman's thoughts. At this time, another voice sounded. Every time Batman appears, he is often accompanied by a strong purpose, whether it is the Life Foundation, the Kingpin incident, the Lizard Man, the Green Goblin incident, the destruction of the Bigfoot gang. In the past 6 months or so, he has destroyed a lot of forces. Anton recognized that the person who spoke was Hawkeye. It sounds like a good thing. Now it was Coulson who spoke. He said, "We have the same purpose as Batman, to protect peace. But this does not mean that he wants to do this good thing with us. Hawkeye said, we all know that he is not a person who is inferior to others. If you want him to join the team, you either recognize him as the boss, or find someone who is more powerful than him and can suppress him. That's the problem. Coulson pondered for a moment and said, Natasha, keep watching Anton. Whether he is Batman or not, we can communicate with Batman through him. Even if we can't convince Batman, we have to let him keep in touch with us. Then he looked at Hawkeye again. Barton, your hostility towards Batman seems to be a little more than the incident itself. Maybe it's because Batman beat him up. Natasha smiled and said, I won't let this incident affect my judgment, although I really don't like him. Hawkeye answered calmly. As an agent, he has a decent control over his emotions. However, compared with others, Hawkeye has obvious deficiencies in emotional control. When this guy is blinded by anger, he can really do anything. In the original plot, Hawkeye's wife and daughter disappeared at the snap of Thanos' fingers, and he went straight to the island country to kill people, becoming a murderer who doesn't care about meat or vegetables. It can be seen that Hawkeye does a good job as an agent, but is far from the professionalism of Coulson and Black Egg. How is a bad day? Coulson changed the subject, looked at Hawkeye, and suddenly said, with Tony's ability, if he wants to investigate a bad day, he will not be slower than us. We found out that after Tony came back, Abade secretly went to Afghanistan and should have brought back something. Maybe it is related to Tony Stark. Hawkeye shook his head and said, but we have no evidence to arrest Abade. Take your time, don't rush. Coulson nodded. This time, we have enough time to deal with him. Artificial sun experiment. Hawkeye said, I can only be sure that Abade's participation in the artificial sun experiment is not just to join the energy industry. He has his own purpose. Do it according to your idea. Coulson did not question Hawkeye. His main job now is to stay in New York. On the one hand to invite Batman, on the other hand, to keep an eye on Abade. Black Widow and Hawkeye, as the top agents of SHIELD, Nick Fury's right-hand men, are now his right-hand men. Generally speaking, with the three of them, there is no task that cannot be handled. Under the windowsill of the house, Anton heard the conversation between Coulson and the other two, and thought to himself that they had targeted the right person. Whether it was Anton himself or Abade, they were the ones they were looking for. The action was correct, but there was often an impenetrable film between the result and the action. From this perspective, S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed very capable, but it is too arrogant. It is inevitable that people will feel uncomfortable to dictate to you in the name of for your own good. That's it. After the conversation, Coulson and Hawkeye were ready to leave. Hearing this, Anton moved. The two people in the room said goodbye to Natasha, walked to the door, and were about to leave. Creak. Just as they pushed the door open, Hawkeye's pupils shrank, and he saw a black shadow standing at the door. His face changed wildly. The black shadow even had the leisure to smile and wave at him. See you again, Hawkeye. Batman. Hawkeye subconsciously clenched his fists, including Coulson beside him, and Natasha who was seeing them off. They were all shocked. The three of them thought that Batman would come to them on his own initiative, but they didn't expect it to be now. Speaking of which, the three of them were just discussing the topic of Batman, which was a bit embarrassing. Shit. Hawkeye was quite annoyed. He guessed that Batman would probably come for more than a short while, and maybe all their conversations were heard by Batman. With new hatred and old grudges, Hawkeye rushed up without hesitation and punched Barton. Seeing this, Coulson wanted to stop him, but failed. Let them fight. Natasha was very calm, and immediately calmed down and said, don't forget, Hawkeye just said that, if you want Batman to join us, either Batman should be the leader, or find someone who can suppress Batman. Do you think he will be that person? Coulson asked with a wry smile. Who knows? Natasha shrugged. Even if Barton gets beaten up again, it won't be a loss for us. Anyway, Batman won't kill people. Standard agent thinking. It can be seen that the friendship between Black Widow and Hawkeye is quite strong now. On the other side, seeing Hawkeye rushing towards him, Anton remained calm, did not turn his head, and tilted his head slightly. Whoosh. Behind him, a sharp arrow broke through the darkness, passed by Anton's ear, and went straight to Hawkeye. What? Hawkeye was shocked and dodged the arrow with a somersault. Duh. The arrow pierced the ground, and the tail of the arrow kept swinging. Who is it? Hawkeye looked behind Batman. A man in a green battlesuit, carrying a quiver on his back, holding a bow and arrow, walked out of the darkness. If you want to fight. The man in the green battlesuit spoke calmly, and his eyes showed no emotion. He looked more like an agent than Hawkeye. He said, your opponent is me. Natasha and Coulson looked at each other, and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Who is this person? Why did a green Hawkeye suddenly appear? Chapter 103 shocked Coulson. Hawkeye did a backflip and half knelt on the ground, looking up at Batman in front of him, and the man who came out from behind him, wearing a green battlesuit, and holding a bow and arrow. He felt the breath of the same kind from this guy. Your opponent is me. After saying this, the man in the green battlesuit slowly stepped forward, past Batman's position, and looked at Hawkeye with cold eyes. Who is he? Behind Hawkeye, Natasha and Coulson looked at each other, quite surprised. Who are you? Hawkeye spoke in a cold tone and slowly. Green Arrow. The man in front of him spoke calmly. Wait, this guy looks familiar. Natasha has worked in DC for a long time after all. Thinking of her recent work content, she matched the man in the green battlesuit and holding a bow and arrow in front of her with a virtual superhero that the company has been promoting recently. Green Arrow. Hearing the strange man's answer, Natasha was shocked. He is the Green Arrow. Green Arrow? Coulson didn't read novels and comics for daily entertainment. He was very unfamiliar with this name and was sure that he had never heard of it. Who is Green Arrow? Oliver Queen, in the story, is a rich kid who was stranded on a desert island, learned a lot of skills, and returned to his hometown to become a superhero. Natasha suppressed her shock and explained, you can think of him as a low-profile version of Batman. It sounds a bit similar. Coulson thought that, in order to understand Batman, he had taken time to watch the movie Batman Begins, so he had a little understanding of this suddenly appeared Green Arrow. So, not only Batman, but even Green Arrow, is not a virtual character? Coulson was very surprised, looking at the Green Arrow in front of him, frowning. What is his real identity? Batman is one, Green Arrow is another. This DC company seems to have many secrets. What is Anton doing? Coulson whispered to himself, his face solemn. He originally thought that, although Anton acted very mysterious, he had at least revealed half of his face. Now it seems that Anton is still hiding very deeply. Maybe what he saw was just a nose hair that Anton deliberately exposed. He recalled for a moment and even began to doubt whether Anton was Batman. Just as Anton had thought before, although there was no accurate judgment from the top to the bottom of S.H.I.E.L.D. that Anton was Batman. After comparing information during this period of time, they were almost able to lock Batman on Anton. However, just after everyone took action against Anton, such a thing happened again. Another virtual superhero appeared out of nowhere. Green Arrow. Do these people really think they are playing role-playing? The more you know, the more confused you will be. Coulson made up his mind that after today, he would go to investigate the DC company where Anton worked in detail. Green Arrow? Hawkeye heard the answer of the man in front of him and turned a deaf ear to the communication between the two colleagues behind him. He was tense, and the appearance of Green Arrow brought him a great sense of oppression. This feeling was completely different from when facing Batman. Batman and himself are two different types of people, but Green Arrow gave him the feeling that he was of the same kind. People of the same kind can best compare strengths and weaknesses. The atmosphere was tense, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. When the two sides' eyes met, it seemed as if there was lightning, crackling, and the battle was about to break out. Hawkeye took off the bow and arrow behind him, and quickly took a fighting stance. Leave the battlefield to them. Seeing this, Batman seemed to be unaware, and ignored the tense atmosphere around him. He walked towards Hawkeye, without even looking at Hawkeye, and looked at Coulson and Natasha. We should have a good talk, Coulson. Anton's eyes stayed on Natasha for a second longer, and then fell on Coulson. Come in. Coulson opened the door of the house and welcomed Batman. Natasha looked at Hawkeye, without too much worry, and followed them in. The battle between Hawkeye and Green Arrow is a foregone conclusion. The former's dissatisfaction with Batman and Batman's contempt for him made him vent his anger on the Green Arrow in front of him. I can't beat Batman, but I can't beat you? Although Hawkeye was reluctant to accept it, he had to admit that there was indeed a gap between him and Batman. However, when he was about to compete with Batman again, Green Arrow took the initiative to stand in front of him, looking like a younger brother who obeyed Batman's orders. "I'm sure my younger brother will not be better than Batman. If I can't even beat you, I might as well go home and feed my children." Hawkeye thought again, pulled out an arrow from his back, and aimed at the Green Arrow in front of him. Coincidentally, Green Arrow made the same move as him. Whoosh! The two let go of their hands at the same time. The arrow flew out of the string, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air whistled up. However, under the threat of the arrow, neither of them dodged or evaded, and walked towards each other face to face. As the two moved, they tilted their heads to avoid the arrows, and their movements were synchronized. They pulled out the next arrow from the quiver behind their backs, then aimed and shot the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew past the ears of the two. Unanimously, they did not retreat at all until the two of them were shooting at each other face to face. Bang! Exclamation mark. Finally, they stopped shooting arrows and started a hand-to-hand fight. At the same time, inside the room, Batman, Coulson and Natasha began to communicate in the living room. "I'll be frank," Anton said in a tough tone. "I'm not interested in your security bureau. Whatever plans you have, you don't have to count me in. To be precise, you can call us by our abbreviation, SHIELD. Coulson smiled and said, "Our director is planning to form a superhero team, and we intend to invite you to be the captain. No matter what your attitude is, I hope you can consider it." Superhero team. Anton remained calm and revealed a big secret. He said, "In fact, I have joined other teams. The reality does not allow me to join other superhero teams." "What?" Coulson was shocked and could not keep calm. His face changed. "Excuse me, when did this happen?" "Not long ago," Anton answered calmly. "Can you tell me?" Coulson hesitated. "For example, the purpose of your forming a superhero team." "We have the same purpose, which is to deal with necessary crises," Anton said lightly. "Just like what you are worried about, those threats from outer space and the universe." Halfway through this sentence, Coulson's pupils shrank, and he stared at Batman in front of him with horror. He had only heard these words from Nick Fury. As for the reason, it involved a shocking crisis in the 1990s. However, this matter was classified as a highly confidential matter of S.H.I.E.L.D. Currently, only a few agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. have the right to review it. Obviously, as a half participant in that matter, he also knows a lot about it. Especially for the current director, there seems to be a certain agreement with the mysterious supernatural who solved the crisis. He has a better understanding. But Coulson never thought that Batman also knew about this. How is it possible? This matter is top secret, and the number of people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who can talk about it can be counted on two hands. And the number of people who know about this matter in detail is probably only one hand. Who is Batman? Where does he get his information from? Chapter 104, Showing Off Muscles? Batman's friendly reminder. At this moment, Coulson became more and more suspicious of Batman's true identity. Anton? No. Anton Jameson is most likely just a trick used by Batman. Half true and half false information makes it difficult to distinguish. At this moment, even if Anton took off the Batman armor and stood in front of Coulson would doubt whether someone had plastic surgery to look like Anton and deceived his eyes. Otherwise, why did Batman come to the door with a green arrow? Showing off his muscles? You know, as early as when they suspected Anton was Batman, they had read Anton's detailed information over and over again countless times. Anton's experience before taking over the Daily Bugle and filming the movie Batman Begins was completely different from the profile of Batman by S.H.I.E.L.D. experts. In other words, in the eyes of experts, Anton and Batman are two different people. In fact, if there was no connection between Anton and Batman that could not be ignored, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not regard Anton as Batman. Now, Batman actually set out S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highly confidential information. The source of the information is unknown. Anton doesn't look like someone who can know this information. When S.H.I.E.L.D. was investigating Anton, they dug up all of Anton's interpersonal relationships. It's no exaggeration to say that they dug deep into the ground. Coulson couldn't imagine where Anton would get this information. The Daily Bugle? If the Daily Bugle had such power, it would have surpassed Stark Industries and Oscorp, and Jonah Jameson would not be just a rich man, but the world's #1 media tycoon. So, is Anton really a pawn or a spokesperson pushed by Batman? Coulson's face was solemn, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind, and he was hesitant to be sure. Black Widow and Natasha, who were standing beside him, were also extremely surprised to see Coulson like this. Coulson is the most experienced agent in the entire SHIELD, except for the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury. You know, Coulson and Nick Fury have worked together for a long time. The former has learned a lot from Black Boiled Egg, and he is better than his teacher. In some aspects, he is more charismatic than Black Boiled Egg. At least, many old employees of SHIELD have a good impression of Coulson. From this, we can see how powerful Coulson is. However, at this time, Coulson couldn't control his emotions, his face was out of control, and his inner shock was obvious. Aliens, the threat of the universe. Natasha muttered in her heart, feeling a little incredible. Could it be that what they said was true? Is the Earth really facing a threat from aliens? She thought of the movie that DC Company had just finished producing and was currently showing, Cyborg. In the plot of Cyborg, there is a special emphasis on the threat from aliens, and there is also an Apocalypse mother box and a name. Darkseid. Is this the threat they are talking about? Natasha was confused. However, she was a smart person, and she didn't say anything at the moment. She still stood aside and waited for the two people in front of her to continue communicating. I understand. Coulson suppressed his surprise and didn't ask Batman about his source of information. Instead, he said seriously, I respect your decision. In his opinion, Batman put himself in an unusual position, and this position usually faces many crises. The same is true for Nick Fury. Hearing this, Anton was a little surprised. I admire you more and more, Coulson. When you don't want to do it anymore, you can come to me. I will always open the door for you. Anton nodded and didn't forget to dig a corner. And you, Black Widow. After saying that, he paused and looked at Natasha next to Coulson. Natasha was startled and looked up at Batman in front of her. At this time, she was very sure that the other party had already mastered her identity. In other words, her identity was not a secret in Batman's eyes, so would it be a secret in Anton's eyes? Thinking of her contact with Anton these days, she suddenly felt a little confused. Coulson heard this, but he was not curious at all. Batman even knew everything about the alien invasion in the 1990s, not to mention Black Widow. By the way, before Anton left, he gave Coulson a kind reminder for his tact. Go back and tell Nick Fury that it's not that I don't like SHIELD. I just think you should clean up your house before inviting guests. After saying this, he pushed open the door, left the house, and disappeared into the darkness. Coulson and Natasha watched him leave from inside the house, and then came to the door, and saw that the ground in the yard was full of arrows. Green Arrow was facing away from them, following Batman's footsteps, walking into the darkness, and soon disappeared without a trace. Hawkeye lay on the ground panting, with a bruised face, and a hint of confusion in his eyes. Obviously, this guy didn't get a good deal from Green Arrow. Barton. Natasha pulled away the complicated emotions in her heart, stepped forward to help Hawkeye up, and smiled. You look like you've been beaten again. He can't be safe and sound. Hawkeye was stubborn. There was no clear winner in his fight with Green Arrow, but if you have to say it, he did not beat Green Arrow. In the fight, Green Arrow had the upper hand. He was unable to turn the situation around until Batman walked out of the house. Although this could only be considered a sparring match, if it was a life and death battle, Hawkeye knew that he was not sure of winning either. Damn it. Hawkeye was furious and hit hard. It was fine that he could not beat Batman, but he could not even beat Batman's little brother. After I go back this time, I will step up my training. Hawkeye made up his mind. The next time he sees Batman and Green Arrow, he must make them look at him with new eyes. Coulson stood in front of the house, looking at Hawkeye and Black Widow, without saying anything, but thinking about what Batman said before he left. It's not that he doesn't like SHIELD, but he wants SHIELD to clean up the house before inviting guests to visit. His face changed slightly, thinking about Batman's information channel. Insider? SHIELD has an insider. Exclamation mark. Without a doubt, this is what Batman meant by that sentence. This conclusion made Coulson feel extremely incredible. In the entire SHIELD, there are only a handful of people who know about the alien invasion in the 1990s, and each of them is considered to be in a high position. If it is true as Batman said, there is a traitor among these people, it will definitely be a disaster. Batman's words should not be false. After all, he told him the news clearly. It's terrible. Coulson's head hurts, thinking about the consequences that this news may cause. It will definitely be a major earthquake in SHIELD, and he is ready to rush back to the SHIELD headquarters in Washington overnight to have a long talk with director Nick Fury. Chapter 105 Black Braised Egg is surprised. Coulson's judgment. At night, Anton walked away quickly and came to an empty rooftop. The Green Arrow clone came. An arrow pierced the edge of the rooftop and hung him up. Soon, the two met. Under the moonlight, Anton looked at the man in front of him, wearing a green battlesuit, holding a bow and arrow, and in the battle with Hawkeye, although he had some skin injuries, but his face remained calm. He was a little amazed. This is another me. However, the appearance of the Green Arrow clone is different from Anton. Although he has Anton's memory, his body is Oliver Queen. Immediately afterwards, the Green Arrow nodded to Anton, and his body instantly became invisible. Anton was the only one left on the fairly bright rooftop. It's quite convenient. Anton muttered to himself, then his body flashed, and went home to sleep. After Coulson finished communicating with Batman, he ordered Black Widow and Hawkeye to continue the operation in New York. He turned around and boarded SHIELD's special plane and rushed back to SHIELD headquarters as quickly as possible to meet director Nick Fury. At this time, it was already late at night. Nick Fury did not go home. After receiving Coulson's message, he stayed at the headquarters waiting for him to arrive. The reason why communication tools were not used for communication was because the matter was of great importance. Only face-to-face communication can avoid mistakes. Coulson. In the director's office, Black Egg looked at his capable subordinate and had an ominous premonition in his heart. Coulson has a very high degree of autonomy in his field work. As long as it is not a particularly big deal, Coulson has the power to make his own decisions. Now it seems that Coulson rushed back to the headquarters so urgently and did not dare to use communication tools to communicate, which means that what he encountered was not a trivial matter. Nick asked, "What exactly is the matter that made you rush here at this time?" "About Batman?" "Yes, but not just Batman." Coulson's face was solemn, and he said solemnly, "I have talked to Batman, and it is almost impossible to invite him to join the team, because he has already formed a superhero team." Before Black Egg could be surprised, he heard Coulson continue, "This is irrelevant. What's more important is that according to Batman, there is something fishy inside SHIELD." Coulson said, "Batman's purpose of forming a superhero team is the same as yours, to prevent threats from outer space. He knows a lot about the alien invasion incident more than a decade ago. It seems that the source of the information is SHIELD." Nick Fury immediately understood why Coulson rushed back to SHIELD headquarters overnight. His face was expressionless, but deep in his eyes was a deep shock. Like Coulson, he was in shock. If there is something fishy inside SHIELD, then this person, who is it among the few people? No matter who this person is, it is a disaster for SHIELD. What else did he say? Black Egg calmed down and looked at Coulson. Nothing else. Coulson shook his head. He seems to be very taboo and doesn't want to get involved. So, he doesn't want to be associated with SHIELD. Maybe it has a lot to do with this mole. Nick pondered for a moment, not doubting the truth. With Coulson's judgment, plus Batman did know about the alien incident in the 1990s, it shouldn't be wrong. Of course, Nick will not blindly suspect his own people, but in any case, he will be vigilant and conduct a round of secret tests. Also, regarding the evaluation of Batman, I think it is necessary to reconsider. Coulson finished one thing and then went on to the next, handing a document in his hand to Nick Fury. "This is the information about Batman that I reorganized while I was rushing here." Nick opened the document and flipped through it for a while. "Justice League. Is this the name of the superhero team he wants to form?" He muttered to himself, and then the more he looked back, the more solemn his expression became. Spider-Man, Venom, Ninja Turtles, Daredevil, are they all members of the Justice League? Then, his movement suddenly froze, and his expression turned to surprise. Black Egg saw the most critical part of the intelligence that Coulson had reorganized. Green Arrow. DC. You mean, the virtual characters in DC are likely to appear in front of us? Nick looked strange. He didn't expect Coulson to come to such a conclusion. Green Arrow is already a fact. Hawkeye is the person who has the most say on this. Coulson said. In addition, Batman was originally a virtual character launched by Anton Jameson, but it finally became a reality. As far as I know, all the copyrights of Batman are now in the hands of DC, so Batman belongs to DC. After a pause, he continued, Anton's film Cyborg is now in theaters. It's hard to say whether we will really see a living, real Cyborg appear next. In addition to Batman, Green Arrow and Cyborg, DC currently has more than a dozen virtual characters, including Wonder Woman, Flash, Aquaman, Superman, etc. Don't you really think that these people will appear in the Justice League? Nick asked back. I can't give an answer, sir. Coulson said, as far as the current situation is concerned, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Okay. Nick nodded undeniably. However, he trusted Coulson and would not ignore Coulson's ideas. If there are so many superheroes in this world, it might be a good thing. Black Braised Egg shrugged. The last thing is about Batman's identity. Coulson thought for a moment and said, at present, it is still uncertain whether Batman is Anton Jameson. The evidence we found before is not enough to explain Batman's real identity. He seems to be deliberately misleading us. It doesn't matter, Nick said, since finding Anton now is equivalent to finding Batman, then whether he is Batman or not is no longer that important. As he said that, he looked at Coulson and ordered, if you think this DC company is not simple, then you should pay more attention to it. As for the problems within S.H.I.E.L.D., I will solve them. Understood. Coulson nodded. Then he said goodbye and left. He came back to the headquarters to remind his director that there was a problem within the headquarters. After the work is done, New York is still waiting for him. New York is now the center of the vortex. One is Anton and the other is Tony. The former involves Batman, and the latter involves a bad A. Both are not ordinary goods, which is a headache. Especially the former. Batman came to him and said a few casual words to him, asking him to run back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters overnight to report the situation to Black Egg. Who knows if Batman will say a few more words on a whim when they meet next time, causing the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. to fall apart. Chapter 106. Phil sneaks into the enemy camp. Stockman's secret. It's working hours. Natasha took Cyborg's global box office statistics and prepared to report to Anton. When she walked to the door, she thought of last night's experience and her face was complicated. Obviously, her identity has been exposed, or even exposed long ago. Perhaps on the first day she walked into the company and even handed in her resume, her identity was no longer a secret in Anton's eyes. This made Natasha feel that her performance in front of Anton was like a clown. Especially the contact with Anton these days made her feel that she might never see through Anton and what kind of person he is. However, Coulson asked her to stay in DC and collect as much intelligence as possible. Since the other party doesn't care, then as long as the other party doesn't fire herself, both parties can keep it tacit. Knock, knock. Natasha knocked on the door and walked into the office. Good morning, Natasha. Seeing this, Anton smiled brightly at her. It's almost noon, boss. Natasha shrugged, looking calm, handed Anton a document, and said, here are the box office statistics of Cyborg. The situation is good. Our company has ushered in another great success. This is inevitable. Anton was not polite and boasted, then asked, has Jim reported to the company about the filming of Superman and Batman, The Dark Knight? The filming is almost finished. Jim said that he needs Quentin to help them with the post-production special effects as soon as possible. Natasha said, very good. Anton nodded. I will let Quentin and his team join them as soon as possible. The most important thing at the moment is that Cyborg has already stepped onto the door of success. On the fan value page of the system panel, Cyborg's fan value has reached 14 million, and only 6 million is needed to redeem it. Secondly, Batman's second movie is actually not that important. However, as for the development of DC, the second Batman movie, The Dark Knight, will surely attract a large number of Batman fans to watch. This is a great benefit to the company, creating profits to continue to invest in the next movie, and helping DC to operate other heroes' types and novels, comics and other works. Slightly more important is Superman. However, Superman's fans are not good now, with only a few million, and there is still a long way to go to reach the goal of 100 million. According to Anton's earlier expectations, it can only be said to be mediocre. He is not in a hurry. Anyway, in his current situation, it is not critical whether there is Superman or not. The crisis at hand is far from the situation where Superman needs to appear to turn the tide. As long as Thanos does not appear on Earth in advance, Superman will have almost no place to use his skills. Even in the multiverse, the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu, invades. There are Ancient One and Doctor Strange to support him. Besides, even if Superman comes out, it is estimated that it will be difficult to deal with Dormammu in his ordinary form. Magic resistance is the key. In short, Anton currently has Batman, Green Arrow, and Cyborg, who will be exchanged soon. His fighting power is enough. With the clone skill, he also has the ability to fight on multiple fronts. Add to that the entire Justice League that has been initially established. Spider-Man, Venom, Daredevil, the Turtles, and perhaps the Evil Spirit, the recently ambitious Phil Urich. With such a force, Anton is confident that he can fight the Chitauri with bayonets. At least, the Justice League team that is about to be established is no weaker than the first generation of Avengers. You go out. Anton waved his hand, glanced at Natasha casually, got up and left DC, and walked upstairs to the Daily Bugle. Natasha watched him leave, hesitated, and thought of her identity being exposed, so she did not take the initiative to follow him, so as not to cause intense displeasure. Soon, Anton saw Eddie busy. He asked, "How is Phil these days?" It has been nearly 10 days since he last saw Eddie. Phil took on the task excitedly under their orders, and disguised himself as a villain under the name of the Evil Ghost. He found Dr. Stockman, and with the help of the identity of the Evil Ghost, he initially gained the trust of Stockman. Eddie smiled and said, Phil said that he was a subordinate of the Green Goblin, and wanted to avenge the Green Goblin, so he found Stockman, and wanted to use Stockman's teleportation technology, to rescue the Green Goblin who was imprisoned by Batman. Didn't Stockman have any doubts? Anton was curious. Phil is wearing a color-changed battlesuit and riding a changed flying skateboard. Stockman is not a fool. As a qualified scientist, he only needs to have seen the video of the Green Goblin's chaos to know that the equipment on Phil is definitely from the same source as the Green Goblin. Eddie said, "You know, Stockman has no reason to doubt an opponent of Batman. Besides, if it is true as you said, that Stockman is Shredder's subordinate, he will not doubt Phil, because after all, Shredder was sent to prison because of Batman." After a pause, he smiled and said, "Don't forget, they too have a common enemy. Maybe they get together every day to curse Batman." It seems that Phil has done a good job. Anton touched his chin. Let him act as soon as possible. Teleportation technology will be very useful to us. This level of black technology is really hard to believe if you don't see it with your own eyes. Eddie was looking forward to it. Perhaps Phil has been shocked. Anton responded with a smile, and then said, "The public experiment of the artificial sun will soon begin under the joint action of Stark Industries and Oakmax. You should have received the invitation letter they sent." "Yes." Eddie nodded. "What's wrong?" "Abade may be counting on the artificial sun to do something for him. Don't let your guard down. We may have to show up at any time." Anton gave a reminder. Eddie was stunned. He never questioned Anton's source of information, because Anton had never made a mistake since he met him. It seems that something might go wrong on the day of the artificial sun experiment. What's the situation? Eddie was curious and rubbed his hands. His occupational disease kicked in, and he smelled the smell of big news. It's hard to say. Anyway, I hope there is no such big news. Anton shook his head. On the other side, in New York, TCRI Technology Research Institute, Phil saw a stone being teleported to another place under the operation of Stockman, and his face was full of astonishment. It's actually true! Exclamation mark. His face under the mask was full of shock. He swallowed his saliva and looked at Stockman in front of him excitedly. It worked. Phil said excitedly. Hurry up, Dr. Stockman, it's time to act. No. Stockman shook his head and stopped Phil, who was aliased as Devil, from taking action. He explained, the teleportation technology is not yet mature and the success rate is limited. Once it fails, the teleported object may be teleported to every corner of the Earth, and may even appear in space outside the Earth. You just happened to see it succeed once. Then what should we do? Phil blinked, thinking of Eddie's reminder. He smiled and said meaningfully, Drive Stockman, have you ever thought that your teleportation device may not be complete? Huh? Stockman turned his head suddenly, staring at the Devil in front of him, silent for a long time, cold sweat on his forehead, as if someone had seen through the biggest secret in his heart. Thanks to, I'm also wanton, I'm a pit bull, Huan Huang Shou, Metron, Bronze Tree Centipede, the wind blows my face full of sand, little grey in the world, Wo Chengxi, Underwater Stone, for their awards. Rewards are a favor, thank you all for your kindness! Exclamation mark. Chapter 107 Harry's Visit. Spider-Man Special Training. Stockman is indeed an excellent scientist, with outstanding performance in many fields. However, when it comes to teleportation technology, in layman's terms, it is fixed point teleportation. This epoch-making research that can easily change the world is definitely not a technology that he can achieve alone. In Stockman's hands, this technology has broken through the shackles of theory and reached the practical stage. The only problem facing a breakthrough is stability. Many people find it incredible. However, Stockman did it. This made him ascend to the altar and become one of the most outstanding scientists in the world. It also made the TCRI Institute where Stockman is located a cutting-edge technology laboratory that countless future scientists yearn for. No one knows that Stockman just picked up a loophole. As Anton said, as a lucky man, Stockman picked up one of the 3 parts of the advanced instrument that fell to Earth from aliens, the teleportation device. With this 1/3 of the teleportation device, Stockman reversed the process from the incomplete answer and achieved today's achievements. Although the process of deducing from the incomplete answer is not simple, it can also prove that Stockman is talented, but it is far less than the degree of recognition he has in today's scientific community. This is Stockman's biggest secret. Now, Phil, who is aliased as Devil, has revealed it. What do you mean? Stockman restrained his nervousness and looked at Phil coldly. Devil, don't you believe me? No, I trust your ability, Doctor. Phil shook his head, and seeing the other party's angry expression, he suddenly chuckled. I just feel that the core device of the mind transmission technology in front of you seems to be missing something, don't you think? There was another long silence. Stockman looked at the alien technology product in front of him, which he got by accident, and suddenly realized it. He said dejectedly, you are right, it is not a complete form. We can find all of them, and then release all the criminals in the world. Not only the Green Goblin, not only Shredder, but also others. Phil's tone seemed to have magic, tempting Stockman to take the bait. When the time comes, all the criminals in the world will be grateful to us. After saying this, Phil remained calm, and his face under the mask was about to smile crookedly. For the first time, he felt that he had a talent for acting. This typical brainless villain line came out without any preparation, and he almost believed it himself. It seems that he might really have some talent for being a supervillain. You are really a lunatic. Stockman's heart was chilled, and he was unaware of Phil's snickering, and gave Phil a cold look. Before that, we must rescue Master Shredder first, Stockman said. Then, we can help you rescue the Green Goblin and unite to avenge Batman. Whatever you want. Phil shrugged. DC Company. It was almost time to get off work, but Anton welcomed an unexpected guest. Harry Osborn. Harry, long time no see. Anton raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that the heir of Osborn Corporation would come to his own DC company when the internal struggle in the company was fierce. Anton. Harry looked very tired. He didn't have the energy and spirit of a teenager. Instead, he looked like a child laborer who had been working for several days and had no rest. Obviously, the power struggle in Osborn Corporation had reached the point where Osborn was in a hurry. Harry wanted to keep his father's kingdom, but the shareholders wanted to seize the opportunity to take away Osborn's Osborn Corporation. He looked at Anton seriously and said solemnly, "I'm here to seek help. What can I do for you?" Anton was surprised. The power struggle in Osborn Corporation? This was not something he could intervene in. About my father. Harry hesitated, gritted his teeth and said, "I found something in Osborn Manor. You should know what's going on. My father's disappearance is not actually imprisoned or killed by the Green Goblin as the public generally believes, right?" Hearing this, Anton was not surprised. He glanced at Harry and nodded. "Since you have found out, I don't have to hide it from you anymore." He thought for a while and said, "Just as you think, your father is the Green Goblin. After the Lizard Man incident, Norman kidnapped Carlos from the New York Police Department and developed a human enhancement potion. But as you can see, due to the side effects of the potion, Norman lost control. Human enhancement potion." Harry closed his eyes in pain and opened them after a long time. He asked bitterly, "It's because of a genetic disease, right?" Anton nodded and said nothing. At the end of the Green Goblin incident, Norman asked him and Spider-Man not to tell Harry about it, for the sake of the past, and did as he was told. However, since Harry discovered Norman's secret himself, there was no need for him to hide it any longer. Anton felt that Harry could digest all of this, because it was not a tragedy. "So, my father is not dead." Sure enough, Harry came back to his senses, his eyes lit up, and asked, "Can I see him?" "Sorry, his mental state is worse than you think." Anton shook his head, "But don't worry, he is in a safe place. We are trying to eliminate the side effects of the human enhancement potion. In the near future, you may see a healthy and calm Norman Osborn." "Thank you." Harry pondered for a moment, said nothing more, and left. After getting the news that his father was not dead, he recovered a lot of spirit and was more determined to keep his own business. If his father came back and found that Osborn had changed his name, not only would he not be able to accept it, but even his father, Norman Osborn, would definitely be so angry that he would sever the father-son relationship with him. Watching Harry leave, Anton thought of this best friend, Spider-Man. In the Green Goblin incident, Spider-Man had all the power, but couldn't use it 100%, or even 120%, which gave him a headache. He planned to give Spider-Man some special training. He was so busy these days that he almost forgot about it. Thinking of this, he looked at the sky, got up and went downstairs, drove his car, and headed to Midtown High School in Queens. The students were just about to leave school. After a complete transformation, Spider-Man, who had become a celebrity in the school, was walking shoulder to shoulder with his girlfriend, preparing to walk for a while. But as soon as he walked out of the school gate, he saw a familiar sports car parked not far away. His face changed slightly. "Gwen, I have something to do today, so I can't go home with you." Spider-Man hurriedly said goodbye to Gwen, took a detour, and then came to Anton's car and sat in it with familiarity. "Anton, what's the matter?" Spider-Man's face was serious, but there was some expectation in his tone. "What can I do for you? Speaking of which, this matter must be done by you, Peter." Anton also looked serious. "Really?" Peter's eyes lit up slightly. He felt a little excited when he felt that he had received praise from his idol. "Yes." Anton nodded, smiled again, and said, "I'm going to take you to a place where you can meet some new friends." At the same time, he looked at Spider-Man and said, "I'm going to teach you something." Chapter 108 The Dark Little Spider and His New Friends. Spider-Man was looking forward to it, but then he saw Anton drive into the alley and come to a remote parking lot. He got out of the car and opened a manhole cover beside the parking lot. He was stunned. "What does this mean?" "Let's go, your new friends are in there." After saying this, Anton entered the sewer. Spider-Man hesitated for a moment, followed Anton and entered the sewer area. What he didn't expect was that the sewer space here was completely different from what he imagined, and there was no smell of decay or sourness at all. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, a new world was ushered in. "Where is this?" Peter's face was dull, and he was shocked when he looked at the scene in front of him. "This place has been built into a secret base." There are many monitors hanging on the wall, and there are many cutting-edge scientific and technological equipment in the area on the other side. He is not unfamiliar with these equipment. He used these equipment when he worked part-time at Oscorp on weekends. What surprised him most was a scientist with a broken arm, who was working hard next to these cutting-edge equipment. "Professor Connors," Peter exclaimed. Connors turned around and saw an acquaintance. He smiled gently, with a little guilt in his eyes. "Peter, long time no see. Professor Connors, why are you here?" Peter glanced at Anton, hesitated, came to Connors, saw the information on the device, and suddenly realized. He was a little worried. "Are you still studying the lizard man's gene?" "Don't worry, Peter, I won't fall into such madness because of this broken arm." Connors rubbed Spider-Man's head with his only left hand and smiled. "You should thank Batman for giving me a chance to turn over a new leaf." "Then, where is Uncle Norman?" Peter turned his head and looked at Anton again, a little hesitant. "Anton, where is Uncle Norman? He is in a very bad condition, and it is not convenient for him to see you." Anton answered calmly. "Bang bang!" Exclamation mark. From another entrance of the sewer, there was a faint sound of hitting the wall and roaring. Peter immediately understood. Norman was still in the Green Goblin state. Affected by the side effects of the human body enhancement potion, it was difficult to eliminate the negative emotions in his mind in a short time. "We have a clue now," Connors explained. "With the help of the mutagen and the Ninja Turtles, we can develop an antidote to restore Norman's sanity and eliminate the negative emotions in his mind. At the same time, it can also give people super self-healing abilities. So, your arm may also grow again. This time, there will be no side effects." Peter understood what Connors meant. "Yes." Connors nodded and said with emotion, "Thanks to Batman." Peter looked at Anton, with gratitude in his eyes. Connors was a very respectable elder to Peter, and helped him a lot. Seeing Connors turn over a new leaf, Peter was sincerely happy. Anton waved his hand. "Peter, I brought you here to let you meet new friends." New friends? In fact, Spider-Man had already vaguely guessed who his new friends were. They have become very famous recently. They are in the training ground over there. Connors nodded to Anton. "Let's go." Anton took Peter to the dojo, which is the training ground for the turtles. Here, the big rat Splinter is giving the turtles a strict devilish training. On the one hand, to train the turtles will, and on the other hand to punish them. "Who stepped on my potted plant when he went to work at the police station this morning?" Splinter walked back and forth among them with an angry face. The turtles standing upside down on the balance bowl were constantly disturbed by his long and thin tail, and they were spinning in circles. "It's not me, teacher," Michelangelo screamed. "It's Donnie. Donnie stepped on your potted plant. You are slandering me. It's obviously you, Mickey." Donatello gritted his teeth. "Anyway, it's the two of them, teacher. Let me and Leo go." Raphael's voice was hoarse, and he was out of breath. "Teacher, it's all my fault." Leonardo took the initiative to admit his mistakes. "As the eldest brother, I didn't manage them well. As the eldest brother and captain, the pressure he bears is much heavier than that of his brothers." Not only was he standing upside down, but his feet were also stepping on a huge rock. The pressure he was under was greater than that of the other people, and he almost collapsed from exhaustion. Suddenly, several people turned their heads and looked at Anton and Peter. "Anton, is there something wrong?" Splinter's eyes swept over Anton and locked on Spider-Man. "Who is he?" "His name is Peter Parker, Master Splinter. I hope you can give him special training. You are the best person I know who can teach apprentices." Anton spoke politely and asked with a smile. "This is the fact." Splinter accepted Anton's praise frankly, came to Spider-Man, circled around him a few times, sniffed him with his nose, pinched Peter's arm muscles, and was slightly surprised. "Your strength doesn't seem to match your appearance, little guy." Hello." Peter looked at the big rat beside him and was amazed. He was not unfamiliar with the turtles in front of him. Recently, there were news about Ninja Turtles everywhere in New York. Turtles have become the new favorites of New York citizens. Their fanatical fans even want to hang a picture of Ninja Turtles as a national flag at New York City Hall. Even Batman's D-head fans have never had such a crazy idea. "Little guy, what power can he have?" Michelangelo pouted, then complained. Teacher, let us down quickly. We are really running out of energy. Okay. Splinter agreed and pointed at Michelangelo. Mickey, you come and test this kid's strength. Test? Michelangelo happily turned over, turned in the air, and landed in front of Peter, showing him a turtle smile. Little guy, don't blame me for being rude. Come on. Peter came to the ring in the center of the dojo, and waved to Michelangelo. Seeing that the yellow eye patch turtle underestimated him, he didn't mind. He smiled darkly. I won't show mercy. Neither do I. Don't cry later. Michelangelo came to the ring, and did not use nunchakus, but took a defensive posture. Come on, kid, I'll let you punch me. He knocked on the turtle shell on his chest, and his confident demeanor made the other 3 turtles and Splinter feel disgusted. Anton looked strange. He looked at Michelangelo, then looked at the black-bellied little spider, and said nothing, enjoying the show. Splinter had simply tested Peter's muscles, and knew that Peter's strength was extraordinary, but he didn't want to remind Michelangelo, and wanted him to remember. As for the other 3 turtles, when they saw this scene, they looked around, and saw the calm expressions of Anton and Splinter, and they all felt that something was very wrong. Then I won't be polite. The little spider smiled, and deliberately walked slowly forward to Michelangelo, then gathered his 5 fingers, and clenched them into a fist. Boom. A punch blew up the air. Michelangelo's face changed wildly. Although the turtle shell did not crack, he flew out without any suspense, and slammed hard on the wall beside the confluence of the sewer. Shit. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Norman's Request. Michelangelo smashed the wall to make a clear crack, which was enough to show that Spider-Man really showed no mercy. His 3 brothers showed the same shocked expression as the yellow-eye-masked turtle. They looked up and down at Spider-Man's seemingly underdeveloped body, and couldn't believe that such a terrifying power could burst out from such a body. The 3 of them knew Michelangelo's power very well. Spider-Man could punch McGee away with 1 punch, and he could also punch them away with the same method. It's terrible. Is he really a human? How can there be such a terrifying human? I think he is a robot in human skin. The other 3 turtles looked at each other in bewilderment. Even the big rat, Splinter, who had expected this scene, was a little surprised. Although he was prepared, Spider-Man's performance still amazed him. Come on. Spider-Man smiled and waved to Michelangelo again. This time, I don't need you to give in to me. I'm waiting for you to say this. Michelangelo turned over and quickly rushed to Spider-Man on the ring. The punch from Spider-Man just now was not very harmful to him, but it was extremely insulting. He must get back his face from this kid. When the yellow-eye-masked turtle gets serious, he is indeed a formidable opponent. Especially in front of Spider-Man, who only has strength but lacks skills. The 2 sides are equally strong, but in front of Michelangelo, who is rich in skills, and can be called half a martial arts master, Spider-Man can only passively take the beating. He dodges and counterattacks from time to time. However, the turtle shell on Michelangelo's body gives him super defensive power, and Spider-Man's attack is somewhat painless in front of Michelangelo, who is serious. Soon, Spider-Man falls into a disadvantage. He thought for a long time, and finally couldn't help reaching out, shooting spider silk from his wrist, and entangled Michelangelo in front of him. Now, his identity is exposed. The 4 turtles, including Splinter, all understand the true identity of Peter Parker, and why he was brought here by Anton. It seems that I don't need to introduce you again. Anton shrugged and said with a smile, strictly speaking, this is not the first time you have met. At the end of the Green Goblin incident, Spider-Man and the turtles had a chance encounter. So he is Spider-Man. The turtles suddenly realized, and Splinter's eyes lit up, and he was more and more satisfied with Spider-Man, knowing that Anton had brought him an extraordinary disciple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With the help of spider silk, Spider-Man finally had the strength to parry, and gradually gained the upper hand. However, in the eyes of Anton and Splinter, he was still far from it. He is a good seedling. Anton looked at him for a while, and said to Splinter, train him well, such a talent cannot be wasted. I will. Splinter smiled slightly. But Anton saw Peter's future from this smile and secretly sighed that it seemed that Spider-Man would have no time for dating in the future. Soon, the battle was over. Michelangelo was sealed into a huge cicada pupa by the panting Spider-Man. Woohoo. By then, he would no longer be the little spider that people only knew how to jump around. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind Anton and Splinter. The person coming was Connors. Norman knows you're here, and he wants to see you. Connors looked at the man in front of him and explained, I just gave him an injection to stabilize his mind. Okay. Anton nodded and walked towards a dungeon-like space built by the Turtle specifically for the Green Goblin. This is a temporary prison, where the Green Goblin is imprisoned. Although the Green Goblin's body has been strengthened, the hastily built prison has no restrictions on him, but Connors, with his understanding of human body strengthening potions, has developed a potion that can temporarily make the Green Goblin lose his ability and turn him into an ordinary person. With one injection, the Green Goblin can turn back into an ordinary person, and his body will have to rest for at least several days. Of course, this potion has no way to deal with the negative emotions in Norman's mind and can only play a certain inhibitory role. This kind of personality split can probably only be made up for when Connors develops a new human body strengthening potion. Today, it was obviously time for the Green Goblin to have his medicine run out and get another injection. It is worth mentioning that only at this time would the Green Goblin's negative emotions be relieved for a moment, and he could be called Norman Osborn again. Anton. Seeing Anton coming, Norman had a complicated expression on his face, and after a moment of silence, he asked, how is Osborn now? It's very bad. Harry is working hard for you. Anton said bluntly. He should know, right? Norman asked suddenly, his tone dry. If he went to Osborn Manor, he should be able to guess the truth. He is a smart kid. You are really his father. He just came to me today. Anton nodded. Don't worry, he looks in good spirits. It seems that the news that you are not dead has ignited more fighting spirit in him. Help him. Norman looked at Anton and pleaded seriously. Anton, I beg you. I can't get involved in Osborn. Anton shook his head. Norman, don't say you don't know. Behind your company are not only politicians, but also military people. At least don't let Harry be threatened. Norman gritted his teeth and said, I know those people. Once they want to achieve their goals, they will probably do whatever it takes. Osborn is a big cake. Harry is just a child. It's not that easy for him to keep Osborn. After saying that, he paused, looked at Anton again, and said in a deep voice, help me and help him. Anton, I don't need you to interfere in the affairs of Osborn. I just want you to ensure his safety. As for the rest, you can let it go. Tony Stark was able to take charge of Stark Industries at the age of 21. Although Harry is several years younger than Tony Stark at that time, I believe Harry is no worse than him. If it is really for the good of your son, I suggest you let him give up the fight for Osborn. Anton said. Even if Harry is willing to give up, they may not let Harry go free. Norman smiled bitterly. Besides, if it weren't for you, I would be willing to let him give up everything and be an ordinary person. What does it mean? Is he using himself as a nanny? Anton narrowed his eyes and was about to refuse, but Norman continued, no matter what the result is, Osborn will be your most steadfast ally. Think about it, Anton. I beg you. Obviously, the Osborn here does not refer to Osborn, but the Osborn family. I have an armed force in private. You can think of it as a private mercenary army. Since Harry has learned the truth from Osborn Manor, it means that he has met with my people. Norman's expression was filled with worry, but also with a hint of relief. He said, I can understand Harry's thoughts. You know, it's not that I don't want Harry to give up now, it's that he insists. Anton looked at Norman deeply. He was sure that the love in his eyes was a father's love and affirmation of his son, and his mind changed a little about Norman. I can assure you that Harry's safety will not be a problem. Anton pondered for a moment, gave an answer, and then turned and left. Thank you. Norman's eyes lit up, looking at Anton's back, his tone slightly excited. Thank you, Anton. Anton waved his hand behind him and left the area. In fact, he had a good impression of Harry, and Harry was Spider-Man's friend. regarding Harry's safety. If he could help, he would be willing to help without Norman's reminder. Besides, he now has an avatar that can act independently. With the accumulation of fans, the value of Green Arrow's fans is barely enough to support Green Arrow's short-term activities outside. In this case, it is appropriate to let Green Arrow's name be spread by more people in New York. After all, Batman should be appropriately aloof and not take care of all the trivial matters. Green Arrow is different. On the contrary, in the eyes of people in this world, Green Arrow is just a low-profile version of Batman who is riding on the popularity. It is not considered a loss of face to let him protect Harry and intervene in some matters about Oscorp. Otherwise, when the New York War comes and the Justice League is known to the public, it is impossible to find a few people who know Green Arrow. I have been in class these days, from 8 AM to 9 PM! Everyone may have noticed that the updates have been unstable recently, and they are updated quite late, because I go home every day at almost 10 o'clock in the evening. To be honest, I really can't hold on any longer. The updates may be a little slower these days. This class will take about 10 days. During the Chinese New Year, I promise to stay at home and write more chapters! Forgive me. Finally, subscriptions cannot be less. Cry. Chapter 110 Osborn Crisis. Hammer's Ambition. General Ross, don't worry. If Oscorp falls into my hands, I promise you that Oscorp will help you to develop gamma rays with all your strength and strive to make your soldiers embark on the strongest evolutionary path. In the Hammer Industries building, Justin Hammer, the helmsman, was sitting in his spacious office, looking at the stars outside the window and talking to the other end of the phone in a bewitching tone. He smiled and said, "At the same time, Hammer Industries can provide you with better equipment for you to capture the green monster. Justin, stop your advocacy." On the other end of the phone, Thaddeus Ross's calm voice came, revealing a bit of indifference. "If you can snatch Oscorp from Oscorp, no one will point fingers at you, and the military will remain silent. After all, no one wants such a big company to be led by a young man who is only in his teens." "Then I'm relieved." Hammer smiled silently, but became more and more flamboyant. "But remember what you said." Ross finished speaking and hung up the phone. Hammer looked at the stars outside the window and the neon lights of the city in the distance, restrained his smile, took out his mobile phone, and sent a signal. Action. Anton came out of the sewer, thinking about Norman's request. It has been a short time since the Green Goblin incident, that is, since Norman disappeared. However, in this short period of time, the internal strife of Osborn quickly reached a critical point. In other words, it is a state of incompatibility and explosion at the slightest touch. Even if Anton did not deliberately understand, he knew from the recent news that Harry Osborn was in a worrying situation. In the pursuit and blockade of many shareholders, Harry was at the cusp of the storm, but he still firmly occupied the initiative. Osborn has such a big cake in front of him, but he can't eat it. I don't know how many people hate him. But as Norman said, even if Harry quits Osborn now and becomes a rich man, he may not be able to live a stable life. As long as Osborn is still there, Osborn will never belong to others completely. Osborn has been firmly marked with Osborn's mark. There is only one way. That is, Harry will never be able to truly inherit Oscorp. Is there actually a military behind this? Anton touched his chin and was slightly surprised when he heard Norman's concerns. Although he had expected the shamelessness of the old military, he did not expect that the other party could be so shameless. Participating in such things is still in an unjust position. Well, to some extent, it is reasonable. Hammer Industries. Anton recalled the news he had just seen. Justin Hammer, the helmsman of Hammer Industries, joined some members at the board of directors of Oscorp to launch a strong attack against Harry, the major shareholder who inherited Norman's position. They united and proposed an injunction on the grounds that Harry was too young and had no experience in managing a company, requiring Harry Osborn to stop all work and positions in Oscorp and retain only his status as a shareholder. This made the spectators very excited. But in the end, Harry joined his supporters and vetoed this unreasonable injunction by a narrow margin. As soon as the news came out, everyone knew that Oscorp had completely torn its face because of this ban. Outsiders led by Justin Hammer wanted to take Oscorp away from Osborn. In fact, judging from the slight advantage shown by Harry, Oscorp's support for Osborn was not as strong as imagined. Obviously, Harry was just barely gaining a foothold in the company. His current situation is like a foot on the edge of a cliff, precarious, and there is a possibility of falling into the abyss at any time. For Hammer and others, since the rules on the surface don't work, they simply solve the problem through the underground world. This is a common choice. Norman was also one of them. He was a powerful figure. Therefore, Norman was able to establish and build the current Oscorp. You know, during Norman's peak period in charge of Osborn, even the military had to rely on Oscorp to operate abroad. Even another behemoth, Stark Industries, is the same. Howard Stark, the founder of Stark Industries, came out of the war and was accustomed to blood and darkness. This guy is even one of the founders of SHIELD. Otherwise, Tony's announcement that Stark Industries would withdraw from the arms industry would not have caused such a huge sensation. Anyone with a discerning eye knows why. Otherwise, why do you think Stark Industries has such a high status in the United States? In the original plot, at the Iron Man hearing, Tony Stark confronted those politicians and walked out triumphantly. Do you really think he is right? After a short period of baptism, Harry seemed to have become a different person, washing away his immaturity. At this moment, through the reminder of some people, he knew that Hammer Industries and the military had reached an agreement. So, he integrated the private armed forces left by Norman and made full preparations to wait for the arrival of the enemy. Both sides knew that this was the first and last battle. If he defended it, Osborn would be in Osborn's hands. If he couldn't defend it, his second half of life would probably be hanging. Harry guessed that those people would not kill him, but they would definitely make him lie in bed for the rest of his life, or paralyzed in a wheelchair and unable to speak. For him, it would be better to die. Suddenly, "Boss, they are coming." A man with a serious face and a sturdy body appeared beside Harry and said in a deep voice, "Are you ready?" Harry asked. "Always ready," the man replied. He is the leader of Norman's private armed forces. The leader is Cromwell Donald, who was adopted by Norman since he was a child and was instilled with the spirit of loyalty and loyalty to the Osborn family. It must be said that before turning into the irritable Green Goblin, Norman was a visionary man. As early as more than 10 years ago, he formed this private armed force and deployed it to France, South Africa, the Middle East and other places. After experiencing the baptism of war, this force is even more brave. Despite this, Harry still did not have full confidence. He knew that what he would face tonight was the most terrifying enemy he had faced since he was born. Soon, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Osborn Manor, located in the suburbs of New York, ushered in a team of fully armed and stern thugs. "They are coming." Cromwell saw the prompt from his secret sentry and his face changed slightly. At the same time, a man in green combat gear descended upon Osborn Manor like a ghost. Standing at the highest point of the manor, he looked around and saw a figure moving in the grove next to the manor. Russell. With his keen perception, he could vaguely hear the sound of clothes rubbing against leaves in the distance. Chapter 111. Green Arrow appears. Batman's companion. It seems that I came at the right time. The Green Arrow's expression moved and he smiled. The person who came was Anton's clone. At this time, his original body had returned home, and he came to Osborn Manor using the Green Arrow clone. After promising Norman to take care of Harry, Anton analyzed Harry's current situation in detail, and found that Harry's situation was even more annoying than he imagined, and he was facing a crisis. So he contacted the High Table. Through the intelligence sources of the High Table, Anton got more information. Among them, Hammer Industries and the military reached an agreement to encircle and suppress Osborn's private armed forces, so that Harry would retreat. Harry might get into trouble during this encirclement. So Anton came on time. Is this someone from Hammer Company? The Green Arrow clone caught a figure outside Osborn Manor and was approaching Osborn Manor quickly. The armed forces in the manor were ready. He knew that this was probably the moment of the decisive battle that Harry was facing. Attack. The people of Hammer Industries looked at each other and saw that the Osborn people in the manor had discovered their tracks, so they took out their weapons without any disguise and prepared to suppress them with firepower. Cromwell commanded his men to fight back. Boom. The high walls of Osborne Manor were immediately shot into a sieve. One hole after another almost broke through the high wall, and the rubble flew everywhere. What was even more terrifying was that the armed forces of Hammer Industries were also equipped with incendiary bombs, which quickly turned the interior of the manor into a sea of fire, catching the Osborne armed forces off guard and causing heavy losses. Inside the manor, in the underground safe room, Harry looked at the screen on the monitor, and his worries quickly grew. His remaining confidence was about to disappear. The current critical situation made it difficult for him to imagine that he could win in this open and above board encirclement and suppression. Harry's face was tense and his heart was uneasy. Suddenly, the picture on the monitor changed dramatically. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. An arrow cut through the darkness, flashed across the monitor like lightning, and pierced into the screen, or thug from Hammer Industries who had already entered the manor, the throat. Hehehehe. The thug holding the weapon had his eyes bulging out, his trachea and cervical vertebrae were pierced by the arrow, making a vague sound, and was knocked down by the huge inertial force carried by the arrow. The leader of the Hammer Armed Forces caught this scene, frowned, and looked in the dark, in the direction where the arrows were shot. However, to his surprise, there were more and more arrows in the dark, attacking like a heavy rain, densely packed. Boom. Some arrows exploded when they were blocked by people. The flames wrapped him up and affected his companions around him. In a flash, this person's body was charred and lifeless. Who is it? The leader of the Hammer Armed Forces roared. Find shelter. Seeing his men die one after another under the arrows shot in the dark, he ordered his men to stop moving forward, and he hid behind the rockery, looking through the gaps in the rockery, patrolling the whole scene, trying to find the enemy hiding in the dark and harvesting lives. As for the Oscorp armed forces, Cromwell showed an unexpected expression. Even Harry in front of the monitor was stunned. They didn't know who this archer who was helping them in secret was. Such a powerful companion had never been heard of before. Cromwell recalled his previous combat experience abroad. In those days, he had heard of an archer who was called a killing god. The person in the rumor seemed to be a member of a mysterious organization. There would be casualties when he made a move. He had never failed in carrying out a mission. He could be called a god of death. Almost all the people who had seen him make a move were dead. Just like the legendary Winter Soldier. This is a legendary killer known to only a few people. He has appeared occasionally for decades, like a ghost, and every time he would take away a powerful person. If Cromwell hadn't had a wide source of information, he might not have known about his existence. The man called Hawkeye. He saw arrows flying one after another, as if endless, and couldn't help but lower his head and wonder, is it really him? On the other side, the leader of the Hammer Armed Forces looked angry. Hide first and find a chance to fight back. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe that this bastard has endless arrows. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrows stopped shooting. The sharp, seemingly endless sound of breaking through the air suddenly disappeared. The leader of the Hammer Armed Forces showed a grim smile. Kill. He seized the opportunity, waved his hand fiercely, and commanded his men to charge forward again. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew everywhere, and the shells fell to the ground, making a jingling sound. Cromwell retracted his thoughts and continued to compete with the opponent for the number of bullets. Whoosh. No one expected that the last arrow would fly in the darkness. As he said, the arrows of the Green Arrow clone are indeed not inexhaustible. They must be within 100 meters of the original body to be infinitely replenished through the system, and Anton is now watching this massacre performance at home. However, the Green Arrow clone took advantage of the time difference and kept the last arrow, ready to give it to the man who was exposed and led by the Hammer Armed Forces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded again. It was like a message from the god of death before reaping lives. A group of people were horrified because of the horror of the arrow. They couldn't help showing extreme fear. Soon, the arrow was like thunder, killing the throat of the leader of the Hammer Armed Forces who had just spoken. From the arrowhead to the tail, it completely pierced the leader's throat and pierced into the rockery behind him. The tail of the arrow trembled like the tail of a rattlesnake. Hehe. The leader of the Hammer Armed Forces covered his throat, almost unable to say a complete sentence, and fell on the rockery with horror on his face, and then slid down. Who? He left a last sentence that could barely make everyone understand. Who are you? The leader's last question asked everyone's thoughts. Not only did the people of the Hammer Armed Forces want to know who the killer in the dark was, but even the people of the Osborn Armed Forces wanted to know who this killer who helped them was. The most curious person was probably Harry, hiding in the safe house under the manor. Harry really didn't expect that someone would come to help him tonight to get through this huge crisis. Could it be that he is the backup of his father, Norman Osborn? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Da-da-da. Soon, the footsteps gradually approached. In the dead silence of the confrontation, the man finally walked out of the darkness and appeared in front of everyone. There was no way. The arrows in the quiver were all shot. However, the battle was almost over, and it did not prevent him from showing up. Not to mention the large number of people he had shot earlier, just the remnants left after the death of the leader of the Hammer Armed Forces. Even without the Green Arrow clone, they could not last long. Hawkeye? Cromwell exclaimed. The name and image he heard from other people, except for the color, can correspond to the man in front of him. Hawkeye? But he heard the man in the green battlesuit in front of him sneer and turn his head to look at him. Cromwell felt a chill in his heart and felt that the man in front of him, under the mask that just covered his eye sockets, the eyes that leaked out were full of disdain, as if he was insulting him. My name is Green Arrow. Green Arrow? Exclamation mark. Who is Green Arrow? Cromwell and Hammer's armed men had never heard of this name. Underground safe house. Harry felt a little familiar with this name. Then he opened his eyes wide, recalled the grand blueprint Anton had planned for him when he invested in DC movies, and suddenly understood something. Batman. There is no doubt that this Green Arrow was sent by Batman. Chapter 112. The crisis is over. Harry strikes back. Harry has a good memory, not to mention such an important occasion tonight. The tense environment stimulated his brain potential. In an instant, he recalled the name of Green Arrow and related content mentioned by Anton when he planned the blueprint. We have currently released novels and related comics of Batman and Green Arrow. In addition, we also plan to develop a game of Batman and at the same time have the idea of filming a TV series Green Arrow. The game is also in preparation. Of course, the most important thing now is the movie. Through the movie, we can quickly get a virtual character's popularity and achieve the desired effect, so Cyborg and Superman are the next key links for DC. Harry can even recall that Anton seemed to emphasize the word virtual character. He seemed to have foreseen this scene. In other words, Anton is very sure that Green Arrow himself will definitely break the shackles of virtual character and enter reality. Just like the Batman who suddenly appeared. Harry opened his eyes wide, thinking of Batman, and then thinking of the Green Goblin who was being held somewhere by Batman, that is, his father, Norman Osborn. Father. He was so excited that he couldn't help but stand up and stare at the monitor in front of him. He knew that today's battle was over. Those wolves who were baring their fangs and drooling around Osborn will be completely repelled by himself tonight. All this is thanks to the help of Batman and his father. Great. Batman. Green Arrow. Father. Harry was excited, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and wanted to roar. Although he has not yet completely won the victory, he firmly believes in his heart that he is close to success. Green Arrow? Cromwell was confused. He didn't read novels or comics, and he didn't even have any spiritual entertainment. His favorite thing was drinking. Anyway, in all these years, he had never heard of this man in a green battlesuit called Green Arrow. It seems that this man doesn't like him to call his name wrong. Gudang. Cromwell swallowed his saliva, afraid that he had offended his helper. Sorry. He hesitated and whispered, forget it. The Green Arrow clone waved his hand and said, remember, Hawkeye is my defeated opponent. I don't like people comparing me with my defeated opponent. Defeated opponent? Cromwell opened his eyes wide, shocked. He was unfamiliar with the name of Green Arrow, but it didn't mean that he was unfamiliar with the name of Hawkeye. Well, although he was not very familiar with him, he at least knew that Hawkeye was a super tough guy. He once held a bow and arrow alone, stood on a high point that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and wiped out an armed force. Even with the terrain advantage, one can imagine the horror of that man. but Green Arrow actually said that Hawkeye was his defeated opponent? Gudang. Cromwell swallowed his saliva again, and he completely understood that the power of the man in the green battlesuit in front of him had exceeded his expectations. The enemy opposite them, the armed remnants of Hammer Industries, were also confused when they heard the conversation between the two. Of course, they were in no mood to talk to Cromwell or the Green Arrow clone. The positions of both sides were completely contradictory, and there was no possibility of a harmonious conversation. Besides, the other party had not even shown his face and had already shot their leader to death, so there was nothing to say. He's out of arrows. Shoot. Someone shouted, gritted his teeth, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Exclamation mark. He fired the first shot. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and a bullet the size of a peanut shot out of the barrel, swept through the air, and killed Cromwell and the Green Arrow beside him. At the same time, the Green Arrow clone had already observed and predicted his movements. He moved early, came to a fallen thug, and pulled out the arrow stuck in his body. He bent his bow, and put the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow left the string, and the arrowhead with blood on it once again killed the human body, and pierced the man's heart. Seeing this, the group of people's momentum that was about to ignite quickly fell silent. They all stepped back in a hurry, fearing that if they were a step slower, they would be shot to death by that man, gradually moving away from the manor. Seeing this, Osborne's armed team was about to chase after them with guns. Don't chase them. Cromwell saw this, and gritted his teeth and said, let them go. There are already enough casualties today. When Mr. Osborne comes back, sooner or later, they will pay back all losses today double. Obviously, the Mr. Osborne he was talking about was not the current Harry, but Norman Osborn. Cromwell knew Norman's secret very well. He knew the identity of the Green Goblin. He was the one who was responsible for the security of the manor on the night of Batman's invasion. As a result, Batman took the Lizard Man away before he met Batman. Moreover, the Green Goblin did not come back that night and was also captured by Batman. Cromwell also knew that Norman's change was due to the human body strengthening potion developed by the Lizard Man. Therefore, when the news that the Green Goblin was taken away by Batman came back, he was not surprised. Not long after, he met Harry and told him the truth without hiding anything. Harry was shocked on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Harry could not help but run to the Daily Bugle and got a positive answer from Anton. Finally, Cromwell also learned accurate information about Norman from Harry. He knew that the man in green would come back sooner or later. Thinking about it, he glanced at the man in front of him. This sentence does not refer to the Green Arrow. With a flash of thought, Cromwell looked at several companions around him and ordered, however, you guys go to patrol the manor to prevent fraud. Understood. The companion nodded and went to the outskirts of the manor to do the finishing work for this fair battle. Others saw the bodies of their companions on the ground, taking care of the wounded while cleaning the battlefield. Not many people showed a sad expression. For these mercenaries and the private armed forces, every day must be regarded as the last day. Cromwell sighed when he saw this. He then looked at the Green Arrow clone. Sir, no matter where you come from, there is someone who wants to thank you in person. I'm coming. Harry's voice rang beside the two. After the battle, he couldn't wait to appear in front of the two, his eyes fixed on the Green Arrow clone. Are you Batman's companion? Although it was a question, he used a firm tone. Cromwell was shocked. However, he quickly accepted this fact. If Green Arrow was not Batman's companion or subordinate, he would not be able to defeat the Hawkeye he knew. After all, the one who could defeat Hawkeye would never be an ordinary character. Yes. The Green Arrow clone gave a positive answer. My father. Harry hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, is he getting better soon? It's too early. The Green Arrow clone shook his head. You should take care of your own business first. We will not interfere in the internal fighting of Oscorp, but Batman promised Norman that he will be responsible for your safety. Paused. If there is danger in the future, you know where to find us. After saying this, the Green Arrow clone did not stay. With a step, his body flashed into the darkness like a ghost and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. I understand. Harry whispered to himself, watching the Green Arrow clone leave, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Cromwell. Donald, the biggest crisis is over. Get ready. Cut off the thumbs of the enemy's corpses and install them. Tomorrow, I will convene a board meeting in the name of the major shareholder. He said grimly, tomorrow, it will be our turn to fight back. I was urged to update by the editor. 3 stronger people praised me and gave me monthly tickets. Do you understand? Today, White chatted with me privately, saying that this book still has some potential. If you want to be recommended, you must update more. I was greatly encouraged and realized. I skipped class and went home at 8 o'clock to code until now. I did a day's questions during the day and typed a day's keyboard at night. My hands didn't stop for 4 hours. I really can't do it anymore. I slept. By the way, I still can't guarantee the update, but I will definitely take the time to write more words. Exclamation mark. Chapter 113. Eddie asks. General Ross has a clear goal. The armed team of Hammer Industries fled back to the suburban factory of Hammer Company in a panic. This is their base camp. Even though they were confirmed to be safe, they did not let down their guard. Their faces were still in shock and fear. Even if Justin Hammer arrived soon and questioned them, they recalled everything that happened not long ago, and they were still frightened. Green Arrow? Hammer frowned. When he heard the name mentioned by them, his face was filled with dissatisfaction and annoyance. Where did this obstacle come from? He ordered the assistant beside him and said in a deep voice, go check who this Green Arrow is. Soon, the assistant returned to Hammer with a strange look on his face. According to their description, I found a person. I don't know if it is accurate. Green Arrow, from DC Company, is the protagonist of the novels and comics recently promoted by its company. The novels and comics have the same name, both called Green Arrow. After hearing the assistant's explanation, not only Hammer, but also many armed element opposite Hammer, were all stunned. A protagonist of a novel, a protagonist of a comic? The armed men were stunned. What does this mean? Is that they were defeated by a protagonist of a novel or a comic character? Wait, DC, is it Anton Jameson's company, the one that has a close relationship with Batman? Hammer seemed to have thought of something. His face changed slightly, and it looked very ugly. Yes. The assistant nodded and confirmed, it's that DC company. So, the one who made us lose this time was not the virtual character that suddenly appeared, but the most important one was actually Batman. Hammer's face was gloomy, and there was anger in his eyes. Although it was Green Arrow who repelled his armed forces, he could see clearly that Green Arrow must have obeyed Batman's orders to suddenly appear in Osborn Manor. He thought of a piece of inconspicuous information about Harry that he had collected before. He had invested in 3 movies of DC. Obviously, it was at that time that Harry got in touch with Batman. HMPH. Another role player. This Batman, sooner or later, will make him pay. Hammer became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He stared at the defeated subordinates in front of him and threw his hands violently, a bunch of trash. After that, he turned around and left here. The militants who were abandoned by him and stayed in the factory were dejected, knowing that this time they were completely defeated. Kicked on the iron plate. He thought he was facing Osborn, who could be easily suppressed, but he never expected that a subordinate of Batman would jump out in the middle of the fight. Batman. Green Arrow. They looked at each other, their faces full of bitterness. On the other side, Ross also received the news of Hammer's retreat through intelligence sources. Green Arrow? He flipped through the intelligence in his hand. His face was a little strange. A virtual character. Another role player who pretended to be a ghost. Just like Batman. Ross showed a disdainful expression on his face. Why call him Green Arrow when there are other good names? He hated names with green the most in his life. General, should we conduct a detailed investigation on this Green Arrow? Asked the subordinate beside him. No need. Naturally, someone will do such a thing. We only have one task at the moment. Don't waste energy doing the same thing as others, lest the gains outweigh the losses. Ross waved his hand, threw away the information, and fixed his eyes on the world map in front of him. On the map, a slum in Brazil was specially marked in red. I emphasize once again that our target is not this Green Arrow. The failure of Hammer Company is irrelevant. The most important thing is that our next mission must not be like them. Ross said in a firm tone, gather people and go to Brazil immediately. We must catch that monster. Understood. The subordinate nodded. full of confidence, and assured, "We have gathered an elite force, commanded by Colonel Emil Bronsky. General, we must win this operation." Emil Bronsky? Ross raised his eyebrows. He had obviously heard of this veteran who was quite famous in the military. This guy had performed spy missions in his early years, and he had made great achievements on the battlefield. If it weren't for his overly irritable personality, he would have been more than just a colonel without real power. Look at Colonel Rhodes next door. Just because he is friends with Tony Stark, even some marginal generals in the military dare not provoke him. He is younger than Bronsky, but he is already the commander-in-chief of a certain Air Force base, and has a bright future. Let him be ready. If he can successfully capture Bruce Banner this time, I can push him to the top, Ross said lightly. Don't worry, General, he will do his best. The subordinate opposite laughed and complimented. After hearing what you said, he will not let Bruce Banner escape from our palms. The next day, Eddie took the initiative to come to the door, came to DC, and found Anton. He looked at Anton with a strange face, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. What's wrong? Anton was curious. Eddie's expression was really rare. Anton, you know I have a lot of sources of information. Eddie thought about it, and couldn't help but said, I just heard a piece of news this morning. Last night, Osborn Manor was attacked, but those attackers are all dead, and according to rumors, a man called Green Arrow helped Osborn through the difficulties. Green Arrow? Anton couldn't deny it, smiling. What do you want to ask? Does this matter have anything to do with you? Eddie said immediately. Yes, I sent the Green Arrow. Anton didn't hide it and replied, you know, Harry is a friend of DC, and if Osborn can be controlled by friends, it will also be helpful to us. Who is the Green Arrow? Eddie looked at Anton with a face full of surprise, and asked suspiciously, you can't be disguised as the Green Arrow again, right? You will know him soon. Anton smiled mysteriously, avoiding the key point, and didn't reveal more. After saying that, he thought of Phil who had sneaked into the enemy camp, so he asked, how is Phil doing recently? Drive Stockman is indeed a talent. He made a positioning instrument, and locked the fragments of the other two teleportation devices through special wavelengths. Well, they have found the one in the New York Museum, and now their target is Brazil. Eddie smiled and said, the situation is good at the moment. I think Phil is enjoying it, and fooling Stockman around. Didn't they think of using the fragments of the device to rescue Shredder first? Anton asked. Stockman is afraid that the unstable teleportation technology will teleport Shredder to some messy place, or even to outer space. At that time, Shredder will have no choice but to die. Eddie explained, now that there is a safe way, Shredder will naturally have the patience to go to jail. Chapter 114, A Bad Day's Invitation. Tony is unexpected. In fact, Shredder is not important. What's important is the teleportation device. Anton ordered, in short, let Phil pay attention. After the complete teleportation device is assembled, don't rush to use it, otherwise, it is likely to go wrong. You mean, the alien who dropped the teleportation device on the Earth may come to the Earth through this device? Eddie immediately understood what Anton meant. Yes. Anton nodded. We have to think about this matter carefully. I will let Phil deal with it carefully. Eddie answered seriously. Dong dong dong. There was a knock at the door. The red-haired beauty, Natasha, twisted her hips and pushed the door open. Anton, Stark Industries sent an invitation. She said, the joint experiment of Stark Industries and Oakmax Company, the artificial sun, will be held in 3 days. Abadiastan sent a special invitation letter, saying that he wants to invite you, and, at this point, his eyes fell on Eddie again, and the reporter from the Daily Bugle will participate in this public experiment. Really? Anding raised his eyebrows. Unknowingly, the joint experiment of Abade and Dr. Octopus Otto has reached the final stage. I don't know if this incident will be as he thought. Something happened on the spot, and then some people died on the spot. However, Anton didn't care much about this. He was most concerned about the justice value. It has been a while since there has been no justice value credited. The landlord has no surplus food. Not to mention that he is not a landlord. The most annoying thing is that even when Green Arrow solved the armed element of Hammer Industries yesterday, the system did not calculate his justice value. Obviously, the system does not think he is doing a good thing. This time, Anton is really unsure of the system's judgment method of justice value. However, Anton can be sure that once Abade and Otto are directly blackened, solving these two things will definitely bring him a considerable amount of justice value. Thinking of this, Anton, who has not seen income for a long time, has begun to feel impatient for the artificial sun public experiment held in 3 days. As for Eddie opposite Anton, he didn't find it strange that the invitation letter had the name of the Daily Bugle. You know, considering the Daily Bugle's current superior status in New York, it would be strange if Abade did not invite the Daily Bugle. The Daily Bugle is Batman's official partner. Now countless people are looking forward to the Daily Bugle, hoping to see an interview about Batman, published in the newspaper one day. Well, Anton is still considering this. On the other side, Natasha finished speaking and left Anton's office. She thought of the intelligence from Coulson last night, the first time after the incident. The Green Arrow appears again. This time, he helped Harry Osborn get out of trouble, repelled the encirclement of Hammer Industries and the military that silently pushed behind the scenes. This morning, Harry threw a sack of severed fingers on the conference table at the board meeting, held again by him, filling the entire conference room with a bloody smell, and bloody severed fingers were scattered all over the table. Hammer's face was as black as the bottom of a pot on the spot. The other directors looked at each other. Everyone was a worldly person, and no one was scared by the sack of severed fingers. However, they understood a fact. Harry, who was standing on a cliff and in danger, has completely turned over. Justin Hammer, who was aggressive and wanted to take over Oscorp, was now silent with a dark face. Obviously, Hammer failed in the confrontation last night. Today, and in the future, Oscorp will still be ruled by Osborn. Harry looked around and showed his white teeth, like shark teeth, ready to bite people. No one present dared to look at him. After this battle, these people were surprised to find that this teenager who was not taken seriously by them suddenly became tall. You can rest assured, Harry said lightly, I will not interfere with the internal operations of Oscorp at will, but you should also know that I'm still the major shareholder of Oscorp. Although I don't like to talk, no one has the power to stop me from talking. He glanced at Hammer. Humph. Hammer just looked up and looked at Harry. He was angry at the latter's eyes, snorted coldly, stood up and walked away. The board meeting ended smoothly. Soon, this result was spread. Countless related news quickly appeared on the internet. The internal fight in Oscorp ended. The winner is Osborn. Oscorp returned to Osborn. In the news, without exception, no one mentioned the bloody severed finger on the conference table. It seemed that the internal fight was completely centered on normal competition. There was no violent element. Los Angeles, a beachfront mansion. Tony Stark also received an invitation letter from Abade. Artificial sun. After hearing Jarvis' report, Tony perked up a little. Regarding this experiment, avoiding any interpersonal relationships and the rift between him and Abade, Tony was actually quite interested. Artificial sun, artificial clean energy. This is an extraordinary innovation. Although he was reluctant to accept it, Tony Stark had to admit that this technology was more difficult to achieve than the arc reactor he built in the ruins. Dr. Otto was an expert in nuclear physics. From this aspect alone, Tony did not dare to say that he was better than Otto. Even if he was just on the same level as Otto, it was already a compliment to himself. After all, Tony is better at realizing wild ideas and inventions. Otto is more down to earth. Just like the public experiment in the near future, Otto will show the artificial sun that seems impossible, but has already gone from theory to practice. It took Otto more than 10 years to finally achieve practical results. 3 days later, Tony looked at the time and then looked at the portable Mark V armor in front of him, which had just been sprayed by him and developed based on the previous generations of Mark. He told Jarvis, "Notify me when the time comes." "Okay, sir." Jarvis answered immediately. Since Tony came back from watching the movie Cyborg last time, he has made some optimizations to Jarvis. However, he did not change Jarvis's emotional learning module. Perhaps psychologically, Tony had already regarded Jarvis as a person a long time ago. 3 days passed quickly, and in a flash. New York. By the Hudson River. A huge experimental table was temporarily built here, connected to the power supply equipment, and many cutting-edge instruments were placed. Click, click, click. Countless reporters squatted outside the venue and took photos crazily. Anton arrived at the scene. Before the reporters had time to surround him, they saw another acquaintance arriving with a box in his hand. "Tony, you rarely show up recently." Anton took action before the reporters, smiled and greeted the newcomer. His eyes swept across the box in his hand, and he was quite surprised. "How long has it been?" "Tony has even made a portable Mark V. The time period of Iron Man 1 has not even passed." He didn't know that it was the appearance of Batman that gave Tony more experience and understanding in the research of armor. Moreover, Tony also had a greater sense of crisis after experiencing the kidnapping incident in Afghanistan. The portable armor designed by him in advance, Mark V, is the tool he is eager to use to eliminate his worries. It can also be quickly dressed in daily activities. Even if the combat effectiveness is the weakest among the existing armors, at least it can bring him a sense of security at this time, which is enough. Chapter 115. Someone is coming out to show off. 4,000 words. I didn't expect you to be interested in this experiment. Tony was also surprised to meet Anton here. The latter didn't look like a guy who was interested in scientific experiments. As for the invitation from Abade to Anton at the party in Los Angeles earlier, he simply threw it out of his mind. Tony had seen that kind of scene countless times, so much so that he had evolved into a pigeon spirit. "I have to do some serious work occasionally." Anton shrugged. He pointed to Eddie not far away. "I'm the boss of the Daily Bugle. Today I'm also inspecting the work and watching the excitement by the way. After all, this public experiment has attracted the attention of many people, especially Stark Industries stocks, which have recently reached the daily limit. By the way, Tony, maybe you don't know that I'm now a shareholder of Stark Industries." Yes, Betty followed Anton's instructions and bet heavily on Stark Industries. During the turbulent period, when Stark Industries' future was uncertain, she bought a part of the shares from several small shareholders at a very high premium. Although the shares were not many, it also made Anton a member behind Stark Industries. Stark Industries won't let you down. Tony looked at Anton deeply, handed the box transformed from the Mark V portable armor to Happy beside him, and followed Anton to visit the experimental table with empty hands. Here, Otto, a big shot in the field of nuclear physics, was smiling and shaking hands with the visitors one by one. Many people have high hopes for this experiment. Once the experiment is successful, it will subvert the entire energy industry and change the whole world. "Tony, welcome." Otto saw Tony Stark, ignored Anton beside him, and shook hands with Tony with a smile. To him, Anton's identity was irrelevant, and the two had no intersection. Tony Stark was different. As a genius in the field of invention, the two had brief exchanges on some occasions, and Otto affirmed Tony's mind. "Look forward to seeing your success, Otto," Tony said while observing behind Otto, not knowing how much money was spent to build a nuclear fusion device used in the artificial sun. 4 curved strip machines gathered into a semicircle for energy output. They were all aimed at the same point, waiting for the experiment to begin. The device was obviously processed with extremely high technology. A lot of information flashed through Tony's mind, and then he expressed his amazement. "Congratulations, Otto," he praised again. The smile on Otto's face became more and more intense. Obviously, he was very happy to get the recognition of Tony, a genius inventor and half an insider. Suddenly, "Tony, Anton, it's nice to meet you." Abade's voice came. The old bald man strode over with vigor, opened his arms, and hugged Tony tightly. The kind smile on his face did not show that he was the culprit who caused Tony to be kidnapped in Afghanistan. "Especially you, Tony. I'm really happy to see you willing to come out for a walk." Abade whispered in Tony's ear and patted Tony on the back, his voice full of emotion. "I'm trying to change myself, Oba." Tony responded in a low voice, restraining the suspicion in his eyes. "Anton." Abade immediately looked at Anton. "Is this stage not disappointing to you?" "Of course not. I can't wait," Anton answered with a smile, causing Tony beside him to roll his eyes. Tony didn't think this was Anton's true words, but he couldn't feel that this was false, which could only mean that Anton's lying skills had reached the pinnacle. He didn't know that this was Anton's sincere answer. When Tony and Otto greeted each other, Anton saw that there were 4 pillar-like mechanical bodies gathered together next to the experimental table and the nuclear fusion device, covered by an upside-down glass cover. Anton knew that this was Otto's assistant. In other words, these were the 4 mechanical arms that made Otto transform into Dr. Octopus. Seeing this thing, Otto's ending was almost doomed. Of course, although he guessed the future direction, Anton didn't have the leisure to stop Otto from using the mechanical arms. Not to mention that this is impossible to achieve. Just to say that he and Otto have no friendship, the latter thinks he is very smart, and there is no reason for him to listen to his advice. It is better to wait for Otto to be controlled by the mechanical arm and turn evil, and then Anton will stand up to solve the problem. At that time, there are still justice points to earn. While Anton was thinking, he was thinking about how to appear more handsome. The sun rose to its highest position. It was 12 o'clock at noon. Ding! Exclamation mark. The New Year's bell rang from somewhere. Under the attention of the crowd, Otto faced the gaze of the crowd, straightened his back, and walked up to the experimental table step by step. He faced the audience in front of him, and showed a proud smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the experiment will start soon. You will see the greatest invention that can change the world in the 21st century. Otto was full of confidence and his eyes swept across the guests. At the same time, the reporters holding cameras at the side of the guest seats also moved their cameras away from the familiar guests and focused on Otto. Today, you will witness with your own eyes the birth of this new energy technology based on nuclear fusion. Artificial sun, it will be the most proud invention of my life. Safe, renewable and clean energy can provide cheap electricity for everyone. Otto's speech, coupled with his own excited and confident attitude, made the guests and reporters present couldn't help but imagine the future, and each of them showed an expectant look. The people in the guest seats didn't talk. Among the reporters, only Eddie had a strange look. To be honest, he was also looking forward to the success of the artificial sun, but suddenly remembered what Anton said before. Don't let your guard down, you never know when it will be our turn. These were Anton's original words. Based on Eddie's understanding of Anton, Anton is not a person who likes to brag. He must have received some news and predicted that there is a high probability of an emergency in this public experiment that attracted the attention of New York and even the world. Eddie thought for a moment, pulled away from Otto's speech, and glanced around the experimental table. Captured the 4 mechanical objects of unknown use covered by the transparent glass cover. Next, I will solemnly introduce my assistant. Otto got to the point. He took off his coat, revealing a body that was not strong, but rather had some fat, and the smile on his face became more and more proud. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and saw the 4 mechanical bodies locked in the transparent glass cover. Don't think that they are some spare materials. They are my assistants. They are 4 mechanical arms that I spent a lot of time and energy to design and manufacture. They are used to control this nuclear fusion device. They are completely unaffected by heat and magnetic fields. Otto said, and asked someone to open the glass cover and stand with their backs to the mechanical arms he mentioned. Seeing this, Eddie's ominous premonition became stronger. His eyes were fixed on the mechanical arms. In the guest seats, everyone's eyes followed Otto's position. The 4 mechanical arms formed a hole and stood in place. Even without touching them personally, you can feel the cold touch. Tony narrowed his eyes, thinking of a lot of technical work, and couldn't help but admire Otto's talent again. Anton restrained his smile, didn't show any expression, but secretly prepared for battle. On the experimental table that attracted everyone's attention, the mechanical corset behind Otto tied his slightly bloated belly. The centipede-like nerve sensor behind him climbed up his spine, and the needle-like wire branches pierced his body. Otto then showed a slightly painful expression, and soon returned to normal. Click, click, click. At this moment, the 4 mechanical tentacles behind him rose up with his thoughts, like his arms, and really became his arms. Great. Amazing invention. This is just the product of the artificial sun experiment. People were amazed and talked about it. These mechanical arms are controlled by my brain, and the commands are transmitted through the spinal nerves. The tiny wires are directly inserted into my cerebellum, allowing me to perform all operations in an environment that humans cannot bear. Otto opened his arms, and the 4 mechanical tentacles behind him also bared their teeth and claws. In addition, they have extremely advanced intelligence and a certain degree of autonomy, which can help me perform experiments more quickly and conveniently. Hearing these words, Tony frowned slightly. Doctor, if it is really as smart as you said, how can you guarantee that you are controlling the mechanical arms, not them controlling you? Tony stood up and asked a question. You asked a very good question, Tony. Otto turned his back to the crowd and showed them his spine. I designed a suppression chip to protect my brain function so that I'm controlling them. I have no problem. Tony sat down. He understood Otto's thinking, just like the restrictions he imposed on Jarvis to prevent artificial intelligence from betraying humans, and added the 3 laws of robotics. Otto directly suppressed the initiative of artificial intelligence and took human orders as the highest principle. It is hard to say who is good or bad. Anyway, the result is the priority. As long as there is no mistake, it can be said to be a great and admirable invention. Then let's get to the key part. Seeing that everyone was attracted by his prelude, Otto smiled continuously and turned to the side of the main event. Nuclear fusion device. Anton sat quietly in the audience and watched Otto get ready. He turned his head seemingly casually, looked at Eddie behind him, and gave a ready signal. Eddie had been paying attention to the whole audience. He immediately received the signal and was slightly stunned. At this moment, the changes on the stage have begun. 4 curved energy output devices shot out energy, freezing the tritium element provided by Stark Industries, which is necessary for the experiment. In midair, boom. Everyone only felt a sound in their heads. The situation changed. The element in front of them burst into light, and a red ball of light like the sun appeared, causing an uncontrollable exclamation. The energy of the sun is in my hands. Otto's 2 hands, together with the mechanical tentacles behind him, were raised together, as if holding up the sun. You're wrong, Otto. It's in our hands. In the guest seats, Abade, who was sitting at the front, laughed. He had already thought that after today, the stock of Stark Industries would break through the highest value in history. Because Stark will transcend the arms industry and become the boss of the energy industry in one fell swoop. Beside Abade, Tony's face was solemn, not as relaxed as the former. Although Tony could see that the experiment was going smoothly, he also knew that if the experiment failed, it might lead to very serious consequences. Let's not talk about anything else, just say that this failed artificial sun, if it explodes due to instability, the whole New York might be destroyed. Eddie swallowed his saliva. The venom in his brain was warning frantically. Damn, Eddie, what are you doing? Get too close to this thing. If the energy of this thing rises to the highest point, we will be blown to pieces without even a slag left. Venom was going crazy. When he first arrived on Earth, he actually thought that the Earth was safe and he could be the boss. It has only been a short time since he possessed Eddie, and he has seen one mutant after another. There is also such a level of black technology. If it really expands like the sun, it can easily destroy the entire city. In comparison, even if all the symbiotes invaded the Earth, it seems that they can't cause any bigger waves. The Riot guys actually wanted to occupy the Earth. It's just a fantasy. Anton looked calm, watching the changes in front of him, ready to go at any time. Now it seems that the experiment is going well, and Otto's smile never stops. But soon, this guy will stop smiling. Sure enough, the magnetic field began to become chaotic. The reporters felt that they were about to lose their cameras. The chairs in the guest seats showed signs of shaking. Calm down, it will stabilize soon. Otto shouted loudly. Doctor, the energy is starting to leak. Under the test bench, his research assistant shouted in panic. Calm down. Otto yelled behind him, as if he was out of control. The scene became a little chaotic. Tony's face was solemn. He knew what was happening now. He immediately stood up and yelled at Otto, turn off the machine. No, I can make it stabilize. Otto flatly refused. Shit. Even Abadia knew that the situation was not good. I have to stop him. To be safe, Tony waved to Happy, took the Mark V that had turned into a box, and was about to rush to the stage. Whoosh. At this moment, he was taken away with a confused look on his face, and the whole person flew away from the experimental table. Turning around, he saw that it was Anton who grabbed his wrist and quickly pulled him away from the guest seats. Even Happy was stunned. He almost felt that his bodyguard position was taken away by Anton. Isn't this what I should do? He looked down at his bulging belly. It seems that he is just a driver now. After today, I will not be unemployed, right? Happy's mind was full of thoughts. The next moment, he came to his senses and tried his best to keep up with Anton and Tony in front of him. Wait for me. On the other side. Shit. Anton, what are you doing? Let me go. Why are you holding my hand so tightly? Tony was furious. I'm fucking saving your life. Anton replied righteously and unceremoniously. Tony was stunned and speechless. And then, no matter what Tony said, Anton dragged him to run wildly until he was away from the experimental table. While running, he glanced at the box in Tony's other hand without leaving any trace. He thought secretly, how can I let you ruin my good thing? At the same time, the reporters who were originally standing in a group also scattered and moved far away, fearing that they would be affected by the unstable artificial sun. The reason why they did not continue to run away was that even with their limited knowledge of physics, they knew that if the experiment continued, as long as they could not run out of New York in a short time, they would be destroyed by the artificial sun. Damn it, someone come and stop him. Someone gritted his teeth. Where is Batman? Where is Batman? This was the first time that these people missed Batman's appearance so much besides the big news. At this time, Eddie thought that Anton had prepared him early, and his surprise was self-evident. Anton actually predicted the failure of the experiment from the beginning. How did he do it? While thinking, he held the camera in his hand tightly to prevent the huge magnetic force from sucking the camera away. Eddie knew what Anton meant by asking him to be prepared. It's not about asking Venom to come out and solve the crisis. It's about saying, get ready to shoot, someone is going to show off! Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Green Arrow. I'm not the only one who is your opponent. 4000. Cut off the power. Quickly cut off the power to the test bench. Cutting off the power can stop the experiment. Someone understood the key and shouted loudly, asking those who were still near the test bench to take action. Who dares? However, Otto roared, and the mechanical arm behind him suddenly stretched out, knocking the guy who was about to pull the switch away. Bang! Exclamation mark. The man was thrown like a rag doll and fell to the ground. Everyone saw that his chest was sunken, blood foam was spitting from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body was twitching. It was estimated that he was hanging. The people next to him swallowed their saliva and looked at the switch not far away, not daring to move. Damn, it's too late. Tony, who was pulled away by Anton, stood in the distance, looking at the test bench that was almost 200 meters away, feeling the strong magnetic field by the Hudson River, and his face was very ugly. The movement of the metal objects around him was a small matter. The key point was that the bridge above their heads made a clear and audible creaking sound. The most terrifying thing is not just this. Once the artificial sun explodes, it can easily destroy the entire New York. By then, everyone present will die. New York will be buried with it. Anton. Tony gritted his teeth and glared at Anton beside him. It was this bastard who wasted time. There are only a few minutes left. If the power supply of the experimental table is not cut off, when Otto's artificial sun expands to a critical point, it will explode with a boom. At that time, New York will become a ruin, and no one will dare to set foot in this area for many years to come. The energy of nuclear fusion is so terrible. To be honest, Otto's theory may be correct, because he successfully created an artificial sun, but it is estimated that there is an error in the calculation, or some realistic factors have not been met. In short, the artificial sun is very unstable, and is now facing failure. The consequences of failure are extremely serious. Why are you looking at me? Anton spread his hands and looked innocent. Tony, I saved you. Don't think I didn't see that you just wanted to go up to the experimental table to die. Otto is crazy, and the mechanical arms behind him are not a joke. Tony's mouth twitched. Seeing Anton's face full of "I'm doing this for your own good," he really had nothing to say and couldn't refute. Then, holding the box in his hand, his face gradually became firm. He has never been a person who accepts things passively. At this time, a woman's voice came from the experimental table. "Otto, turn it off." Although everyone didn't know that there was only 1 or 2 minutes left, they also knew that time was running out. They were extremely anxious and hoped that Batman or any hero would show up quickly, but they heard this sharp cry. Where did the female warrior come from? They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in her 40s who was struggling to approach the experimental table, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Turn him off, Otto." The woman begged Otto with tears in her eyes. "Rose." Otto hesitated, and the mechanical arm behind him waved to the sky, but he didn't hit the woman for a long time. She is Otto's wife. Someone recognized the woman. Others suddenly realized that it seemed that Otto still had some humanity. This thought just flashed through their minds. Whoosh! The mechanical arm behind Otto burst into the air with a sound of breaking through the air, and it flew through the air like lightning, killing Rose not far away. "No!" Otto exclaimed, his face twisted. He found that he could not control the mechanical arm. Crack. The suppression chip behind him failed. How could this happen? At this moment, Otto's face was full of panic, and his heart was extremely regretful. He had no idea that a mechanical arm waving behind him accidentally touched the energy emitted by the artificial sun, and the branch wire could not withstand this energy, causing the suppression chip to be overloaded and burned. In other words, Otto had lost control of the mechanical arm. Most of his loss of control was affected by the intelligent mechanical arm, but he was the only one who was still unaware of it. "Rose." Otto's face twisted, and he let out an astonishing roar. He tried his best to retract his arm, but he couldn't do it at all. Damn it. Not far away, Tony, who had just finished talking to Anton and was about to put on armor, turned around and saw this scene. His face became uglier. This was too far away. Even he was powerless. Boom. At this moment, an arrow pierced the sky and shot from a distance. Clang. At the moment, when the mechanical arm stretched out and was about to knock Rose away, the arrow blocked the attack of the mechanical arm. Caca. The next moment, the arrow changed and ejected a net-like object, tightly wrapping the palm used by the mechanical arm to open and close, tying the 4 mechanical arms together. Fishing net arrow. Otto. Rose's heart beat very fast, looking at Otto with disappointment, her face full of disbelief. She didn't believe that her loving husband would wield a butcher knife against her. At the same time, other people who were watching this scene cast their eyes in the direction where the arrow came from. Above the Manhattan Bridge, a man in a green battlesuit could be vaguely seen standing on the railing of the bridge, looking down at the experimental table below. Who is that? People recognized at a glance that this guy was not Batman, and it seemed that he was not all the superheroes known so far. Could it be that another vigilante appeared? Eddie pointed the camera at the man and was stunned. Of course he recognized this man. Green Arrow. He whispered to himself, with a little surprise on his face, and subconsciously turned his head to look at where Anton was. Anton felt Eddie's gaze, and smiled at him. There was no tension on his face, and he didn't feel threatened at all. To be honest, Eddie was actually the same as Anton, and was far less panicked than he showed at this moment. Anton was there as Batman, and he also had Venom. As long as he had a little help, he could appear at any time to solve this crisis. The reason why he didn't take action was because he had received Anton's signal earlier. Now, he finally knew who Anton was waiting for. Green Arrow. Eddie thought of this and immediately became excited. Don't forget that he was still asking Anton about Green Arrow a few days ago, but he didn't expect to meet him today. Suddenly, he remembered Anton's meaningful words, "You will know him soon." Eddie shuddered suddenly, feeling as if everything was under Anton's control. This man is so scary. Who is this? Tony stared blankly at the man standing on the railing of the Manhattan Bridge and silently put down the box at hand. It seemed that it was not his turn to take action. Then, even if he appeared at this time, he could not steal the limelight from the man in the green battlesuit, and it seemed unnecessary. Then, amid exclamations, Green Arrow bent his bow and aimed at Otto on the experimental table again. Whoosh! The next moment, the arrow flew out. Otto looked at Green Arrow on the bridge with a blank expression, and the humanity in his eyes was gradually replaced by the intelligent mechanical arm that easily tore the fishing net and moved. He has completely become Dr. Octopus. And on the experimental table, Otto's wife, Rose, who was not far away, felt that the man in front of her, who had been with her for many years, suddenly became a stranger. Boom! Exclamation mark. What made Otto's eyes split was that the arrow split into two in midair, one killing him, and the other piercing the switch directly. Zzzzzz. The sound of electricity rang out, and the artificial sun in front of him went out instantly. Boom. The metal objects that were sucked into the air by the artificial sun fell down immediately, smashing deep pits one after another on the ground beside the river. The originally trembling bridge calmed down. Everyone in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Eddie recorded the whole process with an excited look on his face. Of course, he was not alone. Many other reporters also seized the opportunity and pointed their cameras at the man who suddenly appeared in front of them, thinking in their hearts what name to give this man. Asshole. Otto clenched his fists, and the four mechanical arms behind him bared their teeth and claws. He walked down the experimental table, his heart surging with anger. After becoming an octopus doctor, Otto's way of thinking has become different from that of ordinary people, and he has abandoned most of their human emotions and only pursues goals. The artificial sun is his greatest ideal and goal. Creating this sun, no matter what the result is a reality he is happy to accept. However, all this was stopped by the man in front of him. I will tear you apart, Otto roared. At the same time, Green Arrow opened his arms, like a bungee jumper, with no fear on his face, and jumped from the Manhattan Bridge without any protective equipment. This scene caused everyone to exclaim again. In midair, Green Arrow turned and shot an arrow at the bridge. This time he changed the arrowhead to a suction cup, or thin special steel wire was connected to his body, hanging him and allowing him to land safely. The action was neat and handsome, like flowing water. Immediately afterwards, Green Arrow had a blank expression on his face. In front of everyone, he kept a certain distance from Otto and said a famous saying in a low voice. Otto, you have failed this city. Damn, he actually has an opening speech. It's exactly the same as in the comics. Eddie clearly caught Green Arrow's words and thought of the novels and comics about Green Arrow that he had read, and they were inexplicably connected. In an instant, he had a lot of thoughts. Thinking about the establishment of DC, and then thinking about Batman. No way. His face was horrified. A possibility that was becoming a fact, or rather, had already become a fact, caused him to have huge emotional fluctuations. You know, Eddie is also a fan of DC, and has seen a series of works produced by DC. What Batman, Superman, Green Arrow, Flash, Constantine, Wonder Woman, etc. Anyway, he has seen all the series of works about DC that appear on the website and in the comics. Although he doesn't like some of them very much, it doesn't mean that he will be unfamiliar with them. After all, he is a boss. But what he didn't expect today was that it was like a fantasy shining into reality. Green Arrow himself really stood in front of him and recited this famous saying that all Green Arrow fans knew and spread. Will there be Superman and Flash who will appear one after another in the future? Oh, and there is also Cyborg. Recently, the most popular superhero in DC, apart from Batman, is only Cyborg. Even the Green Arrow that appeared in front of him at this time was not as fierce as the current Cyborg, especially in the black community. Without saying much, except for Eddie, in the relatively quiet environment, others also heard the Green Arrow's words, which were said in a low voice. Some people looked at the greenback and took a breath. Green Arrow. He also recognized this man. It was really that the famous saying just now was too impressive. Among the fans of DC, almost most people know Green Arrow, the superhero who took advantage of Batman's popularity. Moreover, Green Arrow's famous saying spread. Many people are still saying that Green Arrow is catching up with Batman in terms of strength, just based on this sentence. Matching the man in the green battlesuit in front of him with the impression of Green Arrow. These people came back to their senses and were stunned. They all thought of the IP works under DC and the virtual superhero characters. Batman is one of them after all. As the most popular superhero in the United States today, it is impossible for these reporters not to understand the company that owns the copyright of Batman. After all, seriously speaking, it was Anton who filmed Batman before the Batman came into being. After Anton cleared his suspicion, people believed that Batman was performing the work of a superhero in a role-playing way. Now, there is another Green Arrow, who also appears in a role-playing way. So, there are so many heroes in DC. Will they appear in this world one after another? A group of people got excited. They almost forgot the environment they were in now. Failed this city? When Otto heard the words of the Green Arrow, the anger that he could not suppress in his heart instantly swept to every corner of his heart. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The mechanical arms behind him waved together, rushing towards the Green Arrow not far away like a storm. The Green Arrow withdrew and pulled out arrows one after another from the quiver behind him, colliding with the mechanical tentacles at an incredible speed. Clang 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 clang. Boom. The explosive arrows did not cause any damage to the mechanical tentacles, and the fishing net arrows did not cause more restraints on the mechanical arms. Even when Green Arrow changed to acidic and rusty arrows, it still couldn't affect the metal arm. The Green Arrow clone was secretly shocked. With all of Anton's memories, he looked at the outer shell of the mechanical arm and vaguely saw something wrong. It seems to be vibranium. The thought flashed through his mind. With the help of Stark Industries, it is not uncommon to get some rare vibranium in the outside world. The two fought back and forth. Otto couldn't catch Green Arrow, and it was difficult for Green Arrow to hurt Otto with arrows. The intelligence of the mechanical arm is indeed extraordinary. There is a camera in the palm at the front of the four mechanical arms, which can capture the direction of the arrow at any time. No matter from which angle, it can't escape its sight. It seems that it will be difficult for that guy to deal with Otto. Not far away, Anton and Tony watched with relish. The reporter recorded the whole process, praised the wonderful battle of the two, and wished that the two would fight for a while. Unfortunately, Otto was already very impatient. He approached Green Arrow with gnashing teeth, and only revealed a cruel smile when he was a little closer. I'm going to tear you apart. As soon as he finished speaking, Otto saw that the man in front of him was not in a hurry. There was no sign of nervousness on his body. Instead, he smiled like him. It was not cruel, but full of coldness. Do you think? Green Arrow slowly said, I'm your only opponent? What? Otto's eyes widened, and the mechanical arm behind him captured a meteor-like figure in the sky. Turning his head to look, boom. A silver shadow fell from the sky, reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Boom boom boom. The shock waves that can only be generated after exceeding the speed of sound exploded from all sides. Airwaves were generated, and air ripples swept across. At this time, Manhattan Bridge, Hudson River, near the experimental table. Everyone saw this godlike figure, without exception, and they were all stunned. No one did not recognize this figure that suddenly appeared. This leading actor, the movie with this actor as the main character, is still being released. Even Tony, who pays the least attention to these messy things, is very familiar with this person. Because he has seen that movie. Victor Stone. No, he should be called Cyborg. Thinking back, Tony thought of Anton pulling him away just now, turned his head suddenly, stared at a well-known movie director next to him, and suddenly realized something. Anton, do you know something? He gritted his teeth for the umpteenth time, feeling that someone was making fun of him. Tony, don't slander me. Hearing this, Anton flatly denied, I'm just a director who makes movies. What can I know? I don't know anything. P.S. A new month. Please give me a monthly ticket and subscribe. Chapter 117. Haven't you ever seen a turtle walking onto legs? You are just a movie director? What about Batman? What about Cyborg? Could it be that they all watched your movies and got the inspiration for role-playing? You. Tony heard this, and a stream of blood stuck in his throat, unable to spit out, and he almost vomited blood in anger. What do you mean by you? Anton rolled his eyes and retorted unceremoniously, "Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation." Anton, just wait. Tony injured it again and again, wishing he could put on a portable armor and die with Anton. As they were talking, the scene changed again. You know, Cyborg's appearance is more eye-catching than Green Arrow. It caused a sensation. Even outside the experimental table, the people in those high-rise buildings had seen the movement here early, and they stood on high places and looked out. They saw with their own eyes that a silver figure fell from the sky. The silver metal body was extremely streamlined and beautiful. People near the Hudson River, seeing the stern figure in the air, were inexplicably excited, staring at each other, and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. People farther away only knew that a person had flown up, as if wearing a silver mechanical armor, and the rest knew nothing. However, these people also knew that something must have happened, and curiosity was scratching their hearts like a cat. And it happened to be a certain building near the Manhattan Bridge. On the upper floors, near the floor-to-ceiling windows, a black employee saw the silver figure most directly, and immediately thought of the superhero he had just seen not long ago, and who resonated with his ethnic group. Cyborg. His face changed slightly, and he was instantly excited. It's real. It's real. Cyborg is real. He immediately took out his mobile phone, took a few photos of the touching pixels, and uploaded them to the network of the black community on his computer at his workstation. Ding 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 ding. In just a few minutes, his computer was jammed by the prompt sound. Although the pixels were touching, this amazing picture still attracted the attention of countless people. Carlson knew that the situation had changed, and in the shortest possible time, he took Natasha and Hawkeye to the scene. As soon as they got off the car, they saw a figure falling from the sky like a meteor, then stagnating in midair, flush with the Manhattan Bridge. There were some changes on their faces. Natasha and Hawkeye were simply shocked. Staring blankly at the figure beside the Manhattan Bridge, they swallowed their saliva, thinking of Batman, then Green Arrow, and finally thinking of the many superhero characters in DC. No way. Cyborg really appeared. Although Carlson was surprised, he was not shocked, and quickly retracted the strange color in his eyes. As early as when Green Arrow appeared, he had a premonition of this scene, and he also reported it to Nick Fury with great foresight. However, Nick Fury did not take this information to heart at that time. Now it seems that after this incident is over, Black Salted Egg will have to take it to heart. Hawkeye, keep an eye on a bad day, and evacuate the people in the lab area. Carlson came back to his senses and told the two outstanding agents beside him, Natasha, go find Anton and see if you can get anything out of him. Understood. Natasha and Hawkeye looked at each other, nodded, and went their separate ways. At about the same time, police cars, sirens blaring, quickly arrived at the scene. George arrived with the task force. Behind him followed the special team members who walked out of the modified truck. The Ninja Turtles made a brilliant appearance. They saw Anton standing next to them at first sight, and they subconsciously shrank their necks. Shit. Beside Anton, Tony saw these unusual creatures with his eyes wide open, stunned. He had been secluded in his own seaside mansion for so long, concentrating on making all kinds of armor. He didn't pay much attention to the recent news, and this was the first time he saw the Ninja Turtles. Am I so angry that I'm blinded? He muttered to himself, it's actually a turtle. What? Michelangelo was a little unhappy when he heard this. He walked towards Tony. Happy quickly stood in front of Tony, showing his bodyguard nature. Turtle, I warn you. Before Happy finished speaking, Michelangelo pulled the nervous Happy aside. The latter didn't even have the strength to resist, and watched himself being moved horizontally. Then, Michelangelo used the turtle shell on his chest to push Tony, looking down at him with the eyes of a bumpkin. He was full of disdain. Have you never seen a turtle walking onto legs? Tony's mouth twitched. You're right, I really haven't seen a turtle walking on two legs. As professional floor cleaners arrived at the scene one by one, near the laboratory table, the battlefield was in a mess due to the battle. The tense situation affected the hearts of everyone present. The air solidified, as if filled with the smell of gunpowder. Otto, who had transformed into Dr. Octopus, looked up at the cyborg hanging above his head, and his facial expression changed slightly. Although his mind was somewhat abnormal under the influence of the intelligent mechanical arm, it did not mean that he had less knowledge in his mind. On the contrary, with the help of the intelligent mechanical arm, his thinking speed was faster. He was not surprised by the appearance of Cyborg, but mainly because of Cyborg's outfit, which made him think of something. This special black technology is definitely not something that can be made casually. Which cutting-edge technology laboratory does it belong to? Otto didn't know Cyborg. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't get an answer and simply put it aside. He has been obsessed with his artificial sun experiment recently and has not paid much attention to the new things around him. The only superhero he knows is Batman, who suddenly appeared. This is the name that many people around him kept repeating in his ears every day, so that he remembered it. However, judging from the reactions of the people around him, this newly appeared enemy seems to be no unknown person, just like Batman. You seem to be very famous, Otto said calmly. Would you like to introduce yourself? Two mechanical arms pointed to the top of his head, and the other two mechanical arms pointed to the green arrow in front of him, showing a tough attitude of fighting two enemies alone. Victor Stone. Cyborg spoke. His voice was not loud, but it could reach everyone's ears. The name he said made these people more excited. But I have another name. The jet under Cyborg's feet slowly extinguished, and he landed on the ground from midair and came not far from Otto. He spoke word by word. You can call me Cyborg. The voice fell. Whoosh. Otto didn't wait for him to finish and took the lead in attacking. Two mechanical arms attacked Green Arrow, and the other two mechanical arms suddenly stretched out and attacked Cyborg not far away like lightning. Fighting on two fronts. He didn't take the two enemies in front of him seriously at all. Clang! Exclamation mark. Cyborg blocked it. The metal and iron intersected, making a crisp collision sound. Immediately afterwards, the jets behind him and under his feet exploded, and the huge impact force pushed him forward suddenly, shortening the distance between him and Otto in an instant. At the same time, his other two mechanical arms were also dodged by the Green Arrow. While dodging, the Green Arrow clone moved smoothly, changing the explosive arrows like flowing water, aiming at the palm of the mechanical arm, that is, the opening and closing part of the arm. Boom. Although the mechanical arm is extremely hard and not afraid of explosions, the camera at the opening and closing part cannot block the impact and ravage of the fire. The camera at one end of the mechanical arm is damaged. Click. A system-like prompt sounded in Otto's mind, and the special perspective of the mechanical arm was immediately lost by a quarter. His movements were somewhat deformed. The Green Arrow seized the opportunity and shot several arrows in succession without hesitation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The explosive arrows made Otto stagger. Fortunately, he controlled himself, and the mechanical arm followed his instructions to avoid the explosion, avoiding the damage to the camera, that is, the loss of the special perspective again. However, at this time, the steel skeleton was infinitely close. Under the attention of everyone, Otto was unable to react and was grabbed by Cyborg's hand, which directly sent him flying. No. Not far away, Otto's wife, Rose, who had been staring at the battlefield with a nervous face, screamed in fear. Except for Rose, everyone who watched the battle develop to this point held their breath and dared not blink, fearing that they would miss the exciting content. Eddie was so excited. The two new superheroes are both from DC. They all have the same boss. Rounding up, they are our own people. They just appeared and gave us a big news. Eddie's good impression of these two people burst out, and he specially adjusted the angle of the camera to make Cyborg and Green Arrow look more handsome. You guy, do you think you can control me like this? Otto was carried into the air by Cyborg. His whole body became a little weak, and there was no force point under his feet. He did not panic. The intelligent mechanical arm gave him a machine-like rationality, allowing him to think calmly in any situation. Four mechanical arms extended out with a thought, all clamped on the arm of Cyborg that was pinching his neck. His red face was not sure whether it was because of anger or because of difficulty breathing. Crack, crack, crack. The opening and closing of the mechanical arms squeezed with all their strength. But a few seconds later, Otto was shocked to find that he could not cause any damage to the Cyborg in front of him. Impossible. This was the only thought that flashed through his mind. The mechanical arms were made of expensive and scarce vibranium. Logically speaking, shock is already the hardest metal on Earth, but it could not cause any damage to the cyborg in front of him. This shows that Cyborg's shell is even more powerful than he imagined. Nothing is impossible. Cyborg replied calmly, with no emotion in one eye, and the other mechanical eye flashing red. Crack. His mechanical palm deformed. A port for external connection appeared and connected to the damaged suppression chip behind Otto's head. The internal structure of the suppression chip had been burned, and it was now a piece of scrap metal, and it was impossible to repair it. However, Cyborg's goal was not to repair it, but to dismantle it. After making this move, the mechanical arm felt threatened and attacked him more fiercely. Clang 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 clang. He continued to hit Cyborg with all his might, but Cyborg remained motionless, as steady as a mountain. The two were suspended in the air, and it seemed that the battle was not fierce, but everyone outside knew that they were in a tense stalemate. Cyborg was obviously doing something special. Didn't you see that green arrow on the ground didn't bother Cyborg, and let the two fight? The onlookers from a distance stared at the two figures in the air, expecting the final result to develop in a good direction. It's over. Anton saw the picture in the distance, felt the message sent back by Cyborg in his mind, and smiled. It seems that you are late. Anton greeted Michelangelo in front of him. What? Michelangelo was stunned, turned his head, and looked at Otto, who had been dragged into the air by Cyborg in the distance, and was a little surprised. Isn't this just in time? Tony heard Anton's words, and turned his head to look at the air. Indeed, it's over. He was very keen to notice that Cyborg's palm had a tip that seemed to be connected to the back of Otto's head. Tony thought of Cyborg's superpowers in the movie. He immediately understood that this newly emerged superhero was trying to rescue Otto. Tony, what's going on? George looked nervous. He looked at Tony, hoping that the latter could give an answer. Otto's mind was affected by the mechanical arm he made. Cyborg is removing the suppression chip from the back of his head and trying to access the chip's system to control the four mechanical arms. Tony explained, as long as the four arms can be removed, Otto will restrain his madness and become the person he used to be. So, we are indeed late. George breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no bigger commotion. He was relieved to see the mess around him. Because this time, thanks to someone who showed up in advance, the situation was under control. Cyborg. Green Arrow. Thinking of the information he had just obtained, George lowered his head and pondered. More and more superheroes appeared in New York. What followed was a series of messy events. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Chief, there is a wounded person. At this time, a police officer beside him hurriedly ran to report. What? George turned his head suddenly, his face full of anger. How could there be a wounded person? The police officer said helplessly. He is a super unlucky guy. He is the only one injured in the whole scene. The injury is very serious and needs immediate rescue. Then why don't you go and save him? George was so angry that his teeth itched. Anton and Tony looked at each other and suddenly knew who the two were talking about. There is no doubt that it must be the warrior who was instigated to try to turn off the switch and was knocked away by Otto. Everyone knows that the switch should be turned off. No one dared to go up, but he rushed up in a fit of anger. Isn't this courting death? Anton didn't expect that someone would be so stupid that he didn't have time to summon the Green Arrow clone to save this guy. Instead, at the moment when this guy was knocked away, he summoned the Green Arrow and saved Otto's wife, Rose, just in time. Young people are not bad. Anyway, with Rose's age and physical condition, she will definitely have no future after being hit like that. However, it seems that this unlucky guy will not die, which can be regarded as a good thing. Well, Stark Industries will lose a lot of money. Thinking about it this way, this guy does not seem to be a bad luck. No worries for the rest of his life. To put it bluntly, save some money and you will not have worries for the rest of your life. Just as Anton and Tony said, the incident is over. In midair, Otto, who was held by Cyborg, suddenly had four mechanical arms behind him detached from his back and fell from a height into the flowing Hudson River, causing huge splashes of water. The waves rolled up, and the mechanical arms disappeared without a trace. Cyborg. Victor. Great. Seeing this, everyone cheered and shouted Cyborg's nickname and real name. especially among them. The few reporters who held cameras and recorded the whole process were so happy that their mouths were crooked. Of course, Eddie had the crookedest mouth. Eddie's mouth was at least crooked because no one present had recorded as completely as he did. New York's top star reporter. He deserves the title. The power went out, and I finally finished writing it and uploaded it via hotspot. Praise me. Work hard. Chapter 118. What can I do for you? Otto. Dr. Octopus' wife, Rose, couldn't stop crying when she saw Otto being subdued. She was taken to the police car by the belated police, and after hearing Tony's explanation, she finally understood what was going on. She was relieved and sad. On the one hand, she was relieved to know that Otto killed her because he was controlled by the machine and lost control of his mind. On the other hand, she understood that after this incident, not only was Otto's reputation ruined and he was entangled in lawsuits, but even his most beloved career was completely ruined. Whoosh. Cyborg flew to the place where the police gathered, carrying Otto, who had fainted due to the pressure after he violently cracked the inhibitory chip of his cerebellum. Cyborg. George looked at the cyborg in front of him, thinking of the fact that he had just taken his family to see the movie Cyborg a few days ago, and suddenly he was a little speechless and couldn't speak. Thanks to you this time. After a pause of a few seconds, he finally spoke and only managed to say a word of thanks. I'll leave him to you. Cyborg threw Otto to George and the others and glanced at the green arrow under the Manhattan Bridge not far away. Whoosh. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, the green arrow bent his bow and shot an arrow at Cyborg, while Cyborg remained motionless, suspended in the air about 2 or 3 meters above the ground, watching the arrow break through the air and whiz towards him. Just when they thought that the two heroes were going to fight, Cyborg casually caught the flying arrow, and then without stopping, he soared into the sky holding the arrow. Boom. The jet under his feet burst out a huge airflow, driving his body to turn into a small black dot in the sky at an incredible speed. The green arrow followed him into the sky. It was the arrow just now. Seeing this, everyone suddenly realized there was a steel wire on the arrow that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, driving the green arrow to follow Cyborg into the blue sky. Go get the salvage team. George watched Cyborg and the other two leave and ordered the police officers around him to take action. The mechanical arm that fell into the Hudson River is very important. We can't let anyone get away with it, so as not to leave any trouble. It must be kept in the storage room of our police station. Understood. The police officer nodded, and after walking a few meters, he paused and turned to look at George. What do you want to say? George frowned. I want to say. The police officer hesitated, and his eyes shifted from George to the 4 turtles beside him, who were bored and wanted to show their skills in their first major operation, but were intercepted by the sudden appearance of Cyborg and Green Arrow. He said, I remember that turtles should be able to swim, right? As soon as he said this, George suddenly realized and turned to look at the turtles. The 4 turtles looked at each other. In the first major operation, nothing was salvaged, and I actually had to go down to the river to help you salvage the murder weapon. It was too anticlimactic. The turtles wailed in their hearts, but without any complaints, they immediately took action, ready to replace the salvage team and pick up the mechanical arm that fell into the Hudson River. The most active and impatient one among them was probably Donatello. As a technology geek, he had an extremely strong interest in Dr. Otto's mechanical arm. On the other side, the reporters saw Cyborg and Green Arrow, who appeared like Batman, leave, and then they reluctantly said goodbye to each other. They had to complete the news release and publish it as quickly as possible before their peers. This is definitely a big news that will explode in New York and even the world. The other reporters who stayed at this time, whose cameras were damaged by the magnetic field or simply sucked away, and who did not shoot the pictures, had an idea and quickly turned their attention to Anton, who came to participate in the public experiment. Anton is the boss of DC. This guy's DC company has published works about Cyborg and Green Arrow early on. Otherwise, everyone would not have an extraordinary basic understanding of these two superheroes who suddenly appeared today. In addition, Anton himself is the director of the movie Cyborg. It can be said that Anton's value in this incident is second only to Cyborg, Green Arrow and Otto. However, when these people found Anton and planned to interview him, They were intercepted on the spot by a group of police officers who were ordered by someone. They could only watch Anton chatting and laughing with a red-haired woman, and they were helpless. Next to the police car, Tony noticed that Cyborg and Green Arrow had no communication with Anton from the time they appeared to the time they left, not even a glance. But Tony was very sure. These three people definitely know each other. Tony's thoughts flashed, and he didn't take it to heart. After all, Anton was the director who filmed Batman and Cyborg, and his DC company also had a heroic character called Green Arrow. All three characters became reality, and anyone would doubt him. What Tony cared about most was actually a dangerous idea that suddenly popped up when Cyborg approached the police car. The special equipment on Cyborg is frightening. Then it reminds people of the setting of Cyborg in the movie shot by Anton. He frowned subconsciously. Is alien technology real? So far, although humans have not discovered other life forms in the universe, Tony firmly believes that there must be other intelligent life on alien planets. You know, the attitude of these intelligent life towards the Earth is not necessarily positive. If there is an alien called Darkseid coveting the Earth, as in the movie, wouldn't the Earth be very dangerous? While thinking, Tony frowned slightly. He looked at Anton, who was chatting with the red-haired beauty beside him, and felt quite powerless. Tony always felt that it was incredible that a guy like Anton could be so closely connected with Batman, Cyborg and Green Arrow, the three superheroes. Anton, we have to talk. Natasha looked at the smiling man in front of her and always felt that she was facing a fog. In the past half month of contact, she couldn't see through anything. Okay. Anton nodded without hesitation, then smiled and said, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time, Natasha. You really know everything. Natasha had a blank expression. Since you know the relationship between me and Batman, how could you not think that what Batman knows, I also know? Anton shrugged. Maybe I know more about what Batman doesn't know than him. Natasha frowned slightly, thinking that Anton meant something, but couldn't figure out what Anton was referring to. Soon, Coulson met Anton. Anton, I'll be frank. He looked serious. What's the matter with Cyborg? Is he one of yours, just like Green Arrow? Batman should have told you that he formed a superhero team. Anton said, paused, and then said, I think you should already know its name. Justice League. Coulson replied. That's right. Anton nodded. Cyborg is a member of the Justice League, and he is one of the founders. What's going on with DC? Coulson asked again. Among the works currently published by DC, such as Superman, Flash, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, etc., are these heroes also members of the Justice League? Moreover, DC is preparing 3 movies at the same time. In addition to Cyborg, there is also Batman, The Dark Knight, and a brand new movie Superman. He paused and said, don't tell me that the next superhero to appear in DC will be this Superman. When he said this, he felt incredible. On the one hand, it was because of the setting in the movie. Cyborg was just a simple half-mechanical bio-human on Earth, transformed by alien technology. Superman is a 100% alien. Coulson has a detailed understanding of DC, and has a certain understanding of the characters in the stories that have appeared so far. He is quite skeptical about the authenticity of these stories. However, there is always an idea in his mind. What if it is true? Secondly, if these characters are really members of the Justice League as he knew, then this organization may have already possessed a force level that surpasses that of a country. If there really is such a powerful organization, how could it only appear now? Moreover, with the intelligence capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D., why have we never heard of these people's names before? All of this is an unsolved mystery. I can't answer your question about this. Anton shrugged and said lightly, Coulson, time will give you the answer. Time will give the answer to many things. Coulson frowned. He didn't understand what Anton meant by this. Is this saying that we will see the result in the future? But in addition to the Justice League, Coulson has already confirmed the personnel, including Venom, Spider-Man and Ninja Turtles, and perhaps Daredevil, who has not appeared for a long time and no one knows where he has gone. Together, these few people are already a considerable force. Now there is a Green Arrow and Cyborg. Okay. Coulson didn't dare to push Anton too hard. because S.H.I.E.L.D. is very sure that even if Anton is not Batman, he must have a close relationship with Batman, and this guy must be an official member of the Justice League and have close contact with all members. He said helplessly, "I will report these things to the higher-ups. Anton, someone will come to you." After saying this, Coulson knew that it was impossible to get any useful information from Anton, so he politely said goodbye and left. "Looking for me?" Anton saw Coulson's back and touched his chin, a little surprised. "You don't go to Batman, you come to me. Why? Is my identity exposed, or does S.H.I.E.L.D. think I'm easy to bully?" "Anton, it seems that you have also been targeted by their bureau." Suddenly, Tony's gloating voice came to his ears. Tony has met Coulson. This man with a very high hairline always makes people impressed. "If you are in the mood to laugh at me, you might as well think about your own troubles first, Tony." Anton looked at Tony without any anger on his face, chuckled, and turned away. The Dr. Octopus incident is over. There is no point in staying at the scene. It is better to go back to the office and count the gains. Arrest Dr. Octopus Otto. The system rewards 3 million justice points. Current justice points balance 13 million. The last time I checked the balance, it was 9 million. How come it is 13 million now? Anton checked the details and found that the system also rewarded 1 million after solving the Bigfoot gang, but he didn't pay attention. Although it is a little, but sesame seeds are meat. Anton gladly accepted it. At the same time, behind Anton, a person was staring at him in a daze. "My trouble?" Tony looked at Anton's back as he left. He didn't know what he was thinking about, and his face looked a little ugly. He felt that Anton must know something. Thinking of Anton's relationship with Batman, it was natural for him to know something. Humph. Tony snorted, and he couldn't feel happy. He let Happy drive, and walked away depressed. The reporters saw the two most talked about rich kids slip away so easily from under their noses, and they could only sigh. At this time, at the edge of the experimental table, seeing the end of the incident, Abade looked at the ruins in front of him, thinking of the failed Otto, and the anger in his heart almost burst out of his chest. Waste. Abade gritted his teeth. All waste. He didn't feel sorry for the money. It was mainly because he had high hopes for Otto. But the result was that Otto slapped him backhand, leaving him with nothing, which was equivalent to drawing water with a bamboo basket. After this incident, Abade could imagine that the stock price of Stark Industries would fall off a cliff again tomorrow. Stark Industries is his lifeblood. His power, his wealth, his life, his dreams are all tied to Stark Industries, and there is no way to retreat. And the only way to make progress is to kill the person who stands in front of him and hinders him. Before, Abade couldn't bear it anymore, and made this choice. To some extent, except for his lack of talent and charisma, he is indeed more suitable to be the chairman than Tony. Unfortunately, some things cannot be done best by hard work. As we all know, Tony Stark is the one who can bring Stark Industries back to life. Abade didn't think so before, but now he accepts the reality calmly. So with a sinister look in his eyes, he thought of the steel arm and aimed ironmonger placed in the secret laboratory in New York. Now the only way to pull back the share price of Stark Industries is to get a large number of orders from the military to prove to everyone that Stark is still the arms giant before, and not the skinny camel that immediately became depressed because Tony announced his withdrawal from the arms industry. Although a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, this is definitely not the result Abade wants to see. Tony. Abade clenched his fists and got into the car that greeted him under the escort of the bodyguards behind him. Sitting in the car, he looked at the city scenery along the way, his eyes unfocused. The driver could indeed feel that the car was filled with murderous intent. Tony. Abade whispered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. "I thought this was an opportunity to get along well with you." Then he closed his eyes and rested. That day, DC Company. It was time to get off work, and Anton was just about to go home when he saw Natasha walk in. Anton was about to speak when he saw someone walk in behind Natasha. He was a guy that he could recognize at a glance, even though he had never met him before. Seeing this, Anton raised his eyebrows. "What a rare guest," he said, then turned around, sat in his boss chair, and said with a smile, "The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is here. I wonder what can I do for you?" Chapter 119 Clean the house before inviting guests. Black Egg was not surprised that Anton called out his name, but took it for granted. Since he took the initiative to meet Anton, it means that he has been prepared for anything. Whether Anton is Batman or not, he will regard Anton as a very important person. On the one hand, it is because Anton has close ties with most of the superheroes currently appearing in New York. On the other hand, it is also because of the DC company founded by Anton. From Batman, Green Arrow, to Cyborg, even if Nick Fury is blind in one eye, he can't continue to ignore the value behind DC. As Coulson said, who knows if there will be any Superman, Flash, Shazam, and other heroes who will take turns to play next. Moreover, does the appearance of these people mean the aliens are pressing step by step? The reasons are complicated. In short, after receiving the news, Black Egg immediately sorted out the context and put Anton in a position that cannot be ignored. So, he set off to New York to meet Anton. In addition, according to the information they have, Anton is most likely a member of the Justice League, a superhero team founded by Batman. In this way, both sides have more things to discuss. It seems that there is no need to introduce myself. You are very familiar with me. Nick Fury answered calmly, with no expression on his dark face. He said lightly, Anton, S.H.I.E.L.D. has investigated all the information about you. Since you took over the Daily Bugle, your changes have surprised countless people. The prodigal son has returned. Anton said frankly, isn't this a plot that everyone likes to see? You are not simply returning. You are now close to a mysterious organization, and you should know. Black-Braised Egg paused and emphasized, this organization is not legal. So, you are legal? Anton asked back. Do you think that the World Security Council can support you, so you can tell me with confidence that the Justice League is an illegal organization? Anton said, looking at Black-Braised Egg with a smile. The latter's expression remained unchanged. This is a fact. But as far as I know, the team you want to form is currently empty. It's even just an idea of yours. Anton glanced at Natasha next to him. Even if you count Black Widow and Hawkeye, you should call it the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents team, not a superhero team. Hearing this, Henry Luden's face became even darker. In fact, Anton's words shocked him. The superhero team he was planning to build was indeed empty at the moment. However, this should be a secret. Even his confidant, Coulson, didn't know who he was going to invite and whether he had officially invited any member. This was Henry Luden's own secret. It was also a fact that would only be exposed after the team was established. However, Anton seemed very sure that the superhero team he was currently planning to build had no members. Does this mean that everything he did was under their watch? So, there was a pair of eyes, or even multiple pairs of eyes, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., staring at him. His every move was exposed to the eyes of Anton and others. Henry Luden's face was solemn. Even a black face can make people feel the changes. Anton didn't know what this guy was thinking, but through the changes in his face, he knew very well that Henry Luden was fooled by him. So, the smile on his face became deeper. There was a moment of silence. Henry Luden said, in any case, I hope the Justice League can consider cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D. You will need us. I think you need us more. Anton said with interest, Nick, Batman has reminded you. So you should have felt the unrest inside S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Henry Luden frowned slightly. What do you want to say? He wants to tell you that I once said, let you clean up the house before treating us. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from behind Henry Luden and Natasha. The two turned their heads and saw a figure wearing black armor and a flying cape, standing at the door of the office, facing them. Batman. Natasha's pupils shrank. Batman approached the surrounding area, less than 5 steps away, and she didn't even notice it. Then he thought of something, and looked at Anton again. It seemed that the case had been solved. Batman and Anton were not the same person at all. Before, all the words that Anton was Batman were just lies made up by Batman and Anton. Black-Boiled Egg was also shocked, and took a deep breath. He was not alone here. The employees of DC Company had been politely asked to leave. Only Coulson and Hawkeye were left standing at the gate to prevent outsiders from breaking in and ensure that there were only a few of them on the entire floor of DC Company. As for outsiders, for example, Eddie Brock, nicknamed Venom, who was still working on the deck of the Daily Bugle upstairs, and was also a superhero and perhaps an official member of the Justice League. But Eddie had not made any movement so far, but Batman appeared in front of them without anyone noticing. The most terrifying thing was that Coulson and Hawkeye had not reacted at all until now. There were two possibilities. First, the two had been knocked out by Batman. Second, the two did not notice Batman entering DC Company at all. The former is fine, but if it is the latter, it can only mean that Batman's horror is far beyond his imagination. Black Egg and Natasha did not notice that Anton, who they had not noticed, slightly curved his eyes, with a smile hidden in his eyes. This Batman who suddenly appeared is of course his clone. The clone can be placed within 100 meters of the main body at will. Although it is the main template, it can still be cloned. Secondly, it is worth mentioning that the difference between the main template and other heroes seems to be that the appearance does not change. You know, after exchanging Green Arrow and Cyborg, he tried to transform the main body, but without exception, he turned into Oliver Queen and Victor Stone. Only when he enters the Batman state, he is his own face. Of course, Batman has two attributes. The first is called identity hiding. The second is called indestructible, can avoid all attacks, and no one can recognize the sexy chin. The name of the second feature is a little long, but there is no doubt that it perfectly summarizes the basic setting of Batman. However, Venom's alien characteristics are one of the inevitable bugs. After all, Venom's perception of a person is that this guy's head is delicious, and that guy doesn't look delicious. At this moment, even Anton himself, seeing the Batman clone in front of him, felt that the clone's temperament, movements, and even the corners of his mouth under the mask were different from his own. It is natural that Hedy Ludan and Natasha couldn't recognize him. Clean up the house before treating guests? Hedy Ludan looks strange. He is not an uneducated person, and in the era when he was studying, he happened to have heard this sentence. Pay attention to the blackboard. Knowledge point. The meaning of this sentence on the test paper on the other side of the ocean is clear out foreign aggressive forces in China, and then establish diplomatic relations with countries that are willing to abide by the principles of peace, democracy, and equality. Hedy Ludan suddenly realized that this sentence happened to describe the situation inside SHIELD. This is not a hint. This is already an explicit statement. However, Hedy Ludan did not fluctuate too much about the information he was aware of, and quickly calmed down. He thought of the meaning of treating guests again. It seems to mean that Batman and others have no ill will towards S.H.I.E.L.D. and are willing to cooperate. The premise is, clean up the house. If this is your attitude, I'm happy to accept it. Black Egg thought of this, and his face looked much better. Then he thought about it and said, Batman, I can communicate with the World Security Council, but the premise is that I hope you can tell me where those termites inside S.H.I.E.L.D. come from. He was actually very puzzled. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a relatively independent power organization and has law enforcement powers in many countries. It is natural for such an organization to have termites inside. But what Nick Fury could not have imagined was that even he, the most powerful person in S.H.I.E.L.D., was controlled by these termites. He thought it was okay before he noticed it, but now after careful observation, Black Egg was shocked to find that S.H.I.E.L.D. was like a decayed tooth in the mouth of a child who had eaten too much candy. The surface of the tooth is smooth, but the inside has long been black and completely hollowed out. The troubles within S.H.I.E.L.D. have been going on for a long time. This is your own business. Outsiders cannot interfere. You must solve it by yourselves. Batman spoke calmly, but still gave Black Egg face. The corruption within S.H.I.E.L.D. is a historical problem. He spoke slowly, but did not say the name, but made a mouth shape. Hydra. That is, Hydra. Nick Fury immediately caught the name represented by the mouth shape, and could not control the change of his face. The shock in his heart could not be described in words. Natasha was also stunned. She also understood the meaning of this mouth shape. Then, we won't see you off. Seeing this, Anton knew it was time to see him off. He got off the chair and spoke bluntly. Batman at the door of the office made way for them, and the meaning was very clear. Black Egg restrained his slightly absent-minded expression, nodded to Batman and Anton, and led Natasha out of the office. At this time, Coulson and Hawkeye noticed the movement, and took a look inside. The first thing that caught his eyes was not his director and his female colleague, but a tall, imposing, cold black figure that could not be ignored. Batman. When Coulson was surprised, and Hawkeye beside him widened his eyes and felt his scalp tingling. They had no idea when Batman entered DC. In short, they were sure that Batman was definitely not here before they came to DC. Batman must have come here after they arrived at DC. Then, they saw Anton next to Batman. The two were a little confused, but this scene seemed to answer a long-standing question for them. Anton is not Batman. Now, some of the things that had been confusing before were solved. Let's go. Black Egg looked grim and gave an order, and the group left DC. Barton, you and Coulson are in the same car. At the door downstairs, Coulson and Hawkeye looked at each other and got in the same car. Black Egg and Natasha went to another car. Nick. In the car, Natasha returned to her Black Widow nature. Her beautiful face became serious, and she said in a deep voice, Batman just said, don't tell Barton and Coulson. Nick said lightly, you know what I mean, Natasha, we can't be sure that anyone is a good person now. Natasha didn't speak and looked at the black stewed egg deeply. She really couldn't tell the good guys from the bad guys now, but she was very sure that if she hadn't happened to get the information about Hydra from Batman at the same time as Nick Fury, the latter would never regard her as his own. This is Nick Fury, who will not trust anyone. He only trusts himself. Anton watched the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. leave and looked at the Batman clone, who immediately disappeared into the air. Alas. Anton sighed. It's not because he was heartbroken about his fan value, but because he sighed that his beautiful assistant had left him just like that. It's a pity that the specially prepared Catwoman uniform at home has to be worn by another person. However, they will definitely have the opportunity to contact each other in the future. There are many opportunities. Anton turned his head and thought again that to build the Justice League, you really can't rely on power to act recklessly. When necessary, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a good cover. So it is inevitable to establish contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. This is also the biggest reason why he asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with its own situation first, before talking to him about cooperation. Besides, Anton's identity is legitimate. His old man, Jonah Jameson, has been working in New York for many years, and has a good personal relationship with New York politicians. Because of this face, no one will openly oppose him. As for the secret activities, Anton is not afraid of anyone. As a spokesperson for the Justice League, he is enough to occupy righteous speech. So his current identity, a rich kid, an entrepreneur, a screenwriter, a talented director in Hollywood, a spokesperson for the Justice League, a series of titles truly interpret a winner in life. In secret, he not only has the above titles, but also Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow, and in the future, Superman, Flash, Aquaman, and Wonder Woman. After a while, will I be able to hang up the Avengers and hammer them? Anton fancied. Meanwhile, upstairs, Eddie at the Daily Bugle was still working diligently. Everything that happened during the day, plus the footage recorded by the camera, was enough to take his already booming career to the next level. They all habitually ignored one person, Phil Urich. Anton and Eddie didn't know that Phil, who had infiltrated the enemy camp, had already boarded a plane to Brazil with the remnants of the Bigfoot gang and Dr. Stockman. I saw that someone was still chasing the investment. There's no need. I have completed 4 achievements. The previous chasing investment should have almost made back the money. The only remaining achievement is to complete the book. As for the film and television adaptation, well, I will raise my pillow when I go to bed tonight and wait for Disney to ask me to help him with the screenwriting when I dream. If it doesn't work, Warner can also do it. Chapter 120 Illusion, Press Conference, Brazil. This is a country where passion and chaos coexist. Chaos creates its passion. Here, even a beggar may carry a gun. Secondly, aside from the fact that Brazil is actually a developed country, its own characteristics, in addition to the gathering of gangs, the most noteworthy is probably the well-known Brazilian slums. It is only separated by a wall from the rich area, but it seems to be in 2 different worlds. At this time, at the Rio de Janeiro airport, Phil and his party had just arrived in this country. As soon as they set foot on this land, they could immediately feel the exotic scenery. Stockman opened his obscene little eyes, his eyes fixed on the hot and revealing women, and his saliva flowed like a river. Phil's face was calm, and he patted Stockman. "Let's go." As soon as the voice fell, he walked into the airport first. Beside him, Stockman and the remnant of the Bigfoot gang followed behind him. The remnant of the Bigfoot gang were led by the female ninja Kale. During the New York Police Department's crackdown on the Bigfoot gang, the female ninja Kale managed to escape and then hid in a safe house to avoid the storm. After the storm subsided, she led a few Bigfoot gang members who had escaped by chance like her to find Stockman and then met Phil. After getting the plan to assemble a complete teleportation device from Phil and Stockman, Kale decided to follow the advice of professionals. If it can be assembled, it will be easy to rescue Shredder. Although the incomplete teleportation device can be barely used now, the stability is really not good. Once Shredder is teleported to an unknown place, there may be no future. Facing the mysterious Batman, Kale felt that it was better to play it safe, so she followed Phil and Stockman to Brazil to prepare to put together the last part of the teleportation device. They walked out of the airport. Suddenly, they found that there were green military jeeps parked on the side of the airport road. Phil glanced at it and was quite surprised. Standing next to these jeeps were soldiers with their heads held high. Judging from the flag pattern on the chest of their uniforms, they were American soldiers. What happened? Phil was very curious. His intuition as a reporter allowed him to detect something strange. However, he was busy now and could not get away to investigate the cause. He had no choice but to give up and just take a few more glances. Kale and others around him looked a little solemn. When they saw these soldiers, they also realized that something was wrong. Perhaps something unknown happened in Brazil. However, it should have nothing to do with them. As long as it did not involve them, they would naturally pretend not to see it. The most urgent task was to gather the mind transmission devices, rescue Shredder, and make the Bigfoot gang make a comeback. Seeing them walking away, next to the jeep, a man who was not tall but full of muscles retracted his sharp and murderous eyes. "Colonel Bronsky, it's time to set off," a subordinate reported to him. "Got it." Emil Bronsky nodded lightly and sat on the co-pilot of the jeep. Boom. The car started. "Colonel, what were you looking at just now?" The driver was an old acquaintance of him. He was not as reserved as other soldiers. He smiled and said, "Brazil is a good place. There are beauties everywhere. I saw some strange people. They looked a little unusual." Bronsky replied, "But they went in another direction. They shouldn't hinder us." "Don't worry, Colonel, no one will hinder us." The driver said, "This is your closest chance to promotion. I believe you can catch that monster." "Of course." Bronsky nodded. New York. Anton and Eddie received a text message that Phil had arrived in Brazil. They knew that their next plan was to enter the rainforest and look for the last part of the teleportation device left on the earth. The part in the New York Museum had been taken by them long ago. Now there is only one last piece of the puzzle left. After getting it, they can implement the plan and form the initial members of the Justice League to let everyone try their skills. It must be said that the alien Lang is a good training object. In addition, Anton has exchanged for Cyborg. With the help of Cyborg's ability, he can connect to the network of War Fortress, control Lang's War Fortress, and then solve language. It is logical to find a good base for the Justice League. In addition, when meeting Black Studeg last night, Black Studeg said that he would communicate with the World Security Council for the Justice League. In this way, although the Justice League is still an illegal organization, it has a basis for standing. Of course, the most important thing is to return to the Justice League itself. Through the teleportation device, let the alien Lang appear with the War Fortress, so that the world and the members of the World Security Council can see the aliens, the power of the Justice League, and the necessity of the Justice League. At that time, even if the World Security Council does not want to recognize the Justice League, it must accept it with a pinch of the nose. Thinking back, Anton turned his attention to the computer in front of his desk. This is a press conference held by Stark Industries on the failure of the artificial sun experiment. Otto's failure created Dr. Octopus. Although it was only a flash in the pan, this nickname has been widely recognized by people in major news. This nickname was proposed by Eddie Brock, the top star reporter in New York. Obviously, Eddie would not spread the word that this nickname was actually the idea that Anton first proposed. Mr. Stan, does the failure of Stark Industries in the artificial sun experiment mean that your layout in the energy industry has come to an end? Today, Stark Industries stock price has once again plummeted, and its market value has evaporated by hundreds of billions of dollars. Mr. Stan, do you have anything to say? Have you ever thought about lifting the ban and letting Tony Stark return to the board of directors as chairman? In the live broadcast, a series of questions were thrown at Abade, but Abade remained calm and did not panic at all. He had a response strategy in place. We have just started to lay out the energy industry. I'm very sorry for the failure of the artificial sun experiment, but there is another piece of news that you don't know. Stark Industries already has the technology for small nuclear reactors, but it is not yet available for large-scale practical use. When the time is right, we will launch it to the market. Abade answered one by one. The decline in market value is only temporary. Our annual financial statements and a large number of business orders are enough to prove our strength. Moreover, this year, our business volume and profits are actually much higher than last year. In a short time, everyone will see this information. Tony's current situation does not guarantee that he can be responsible for the company. Moreover, he has always been the chairman of Stark Industries. There is no doubt about that. We just stopped his work because we were worried about his health. He can come back to take charge of the company at any time, provided that he is healthy. We all want to see a healthy Tony Stark, don't we? Abade responded appropriately with a smile on his face. Offstage, the employees of the Daily Bugle took pictures crazily. Eddie next to him had a calm expression and had a clearer understanding of Abade's shamelessness. This guy can actually lie with a calm face, with sincere feelings, as if even he believes it. Talent. DC, in the office. Anton and Eddie expressed the same emotion. Abade's shamelessness and such a sophisticated response made him change his opinion of this old bald guy. Although this old bald guy is considered the weakest villain in the Iron Man series and even the entire Marvel movie series, no one can ignore the existence of Abade. His presence is stronger than 80% of the villains. Because it is Abade's calculations that have created an era in the Marvel world. Frankly speaking, if Abade really loves Tony like Tony's father, Howard, Tony will definitely have an extremely beautiful life. Beautiful to the point of being a little boring. In such a life, Tony may never hear the words love you 3,000 times until he dies. The artificial sun experiment failed, and Abade has nowhere to go. Anton looked at the live broadcast screen and thought to himself that the real famous scene where Tony announced to the camera Iron Man was probably not far away. Coincidentally, at the press conference, Abade was speaking passionately. Currently, Stark Industries is researching a special weapon that may replace the current weapon model and become a high-end weapon essential for future wars. Abade was full of confidence and declared, "Please wait and see. Stark Industries will not let you down." "Can you tell me more about it?" a reporter asked. "Sorry, we will announce the detailed information about this weapon on a later date, after sorting it out," Abade said, "but everyone can rest assured that this is not a lie. When our new weapon is built, the whole world, every country, will send orders to Stark Industries." His confident look infected many people. Everyone still believes in the strength of Stark Industries, but the various bad news in recent times have made people wonder if there is a serious problem inside Stark Industries. Just like Oscorp, which just ended its internal strife a few days ago. However, with Tony Stark's recent appearances, people understand that the situation inside Stark Industries is completely different from that of Oscorp. Abade's explanation has made many people regain their confidence in Stark Industries. Of course, due to the decline in this period of time, Stark Industries will never return to its original market value level in a short period of time. But Abade's remarks at least gave those who are optimistic about Stark Industries a shot in the arm. "Anton, you seem to be very confident about the weapons that Abade mentioned." Betty knocked on the door and came in. After Natasha left last night, Betty resumed her assistant position. Seeing Anton watching the news, she showed a surprised expression. "We have become a small shareholder of Stark Industries. If you are really optimistic about Stark Industries, this will be our opportunity. Do as you wish." Anton ordered, with a firm tone. You will see a different Stark Industries soon. Okay. Betty nodded, and then reported, Cyborg's current global box office has reached $800 million US. Influenced by yesterday's news, the box office in every place has rebounded significantly. Congratulations, Anton, your second movie has once again reached an unattainable height. Yesterday's appearance of Cyborg certainly had some feedback on Cyborg himself. It cost 20 million fan points to exchange for Cyborg, and Cyborg's clone was active for 1 hour outside, which added up to 20.2 million, which almost exhausted Cyborg's already small fan value balance. However, as the news fermented, Cyborg's fan value balance quickly exceeded 3 million in just one night. It was enough to support Cyborg's activities outside for several hours. Not to mention Green Arrow. This guy is cheap to begin with. With the current Green Arrow fan value, even if Green Arrow is allowed to go out for a day or two, the fan value is enough. How is the progress of Superman and the Dark Knight? Anton heard Betty's report on Cyborg's situation and suddenly thought of the other two movies that were being prepared at the same time. Superman is still in the filming stage, but it is already in the final stages. As for the Dark Knight, it is in post-production. Quentin and Jim have high hopes for this film and are striving for excellence. There must be no mistakes. Betty replied. Very good. Anton nodded. His career is on the right track, and he doesn't need to keep an eye on these company trivia. The main task at the moment is still the emergence of the Justice League and its future development. Judging from what Black Studeg said, this guy will definitely not give up preparing for the Avengers. As we all know, Black Studeg is a person who lacks a sense of security. This is probably related to his life experience. When he was young, which was when he felt the most secure, Harry Luden met Carol, who had returned to Earth, participated in the Kree invasion, and was forced to meet a lot of aliens as a main character, which completely subverted his worldview and made him suddenly doubt the world he lived in. After many years, he became more sophisticated. He absolutely did not trust outsiders. Even if they were his own people, he would be reserved. Not to mention the Justice League, which he thought had extraordinary power and even alien technology. Batman, headed by the Justice League, has been fighting crime since his debut, but who can guarantee that Batman will not suddenly turn evil and have the idea of conquering the Earth and becoming the king? As long as Batman raises his arm, how many people in the Justice League will respond? Harry Luden dare not think about it. Therefore, he will only give a little trust to the superhero team he formed. Even Harry Luden's backer has never been the Avengers. Instead, it is the cosmic superhero Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who is fighting crime everywhere in the universe. So, Black Egg didn't really care about the New York War. He was always confident. The New York War was just a test for him to train his troops. Otherwise, Black Egg would have used the phone to contact Carol long ago. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Tony returned to the beachfront mansion and saw a badass decent answer on the live broadcast. He became interested in the weapon mentioned by the latter. As the chairman of Stark Industries, although he has been suspended from all work internally, his authority has not been revoked, and he is eligible to view all ongoing projects within Stark Industries. Jarvis, check the most confidential key projects within Stark Industries recently. He ordered his smart butler. Very quickly. Only a few seconds passed. Sir, I have displayed them all for you. Jarvis replied. There are many key projects, but only one or two of them are of the highest confidentiality level. Tony did not find any content that meets the requirements, so his face sank slightly. He stared at the press conference that had come to an end, his eyes fixed on Obadiah in front of the stage, and took a deep breath. I hope this is just my illusion. Oba. Chapter 121 How the Steel Was Tempered. Tony, who had been suspicious of Obadiah long before Stark Industries went against his will and did not close the weapons manufacturing department, and even issued a ban on him, was now more certain of his inner guess. But his years of friendship left him with a trace of affection and hesitation, and he dared not be 100% sure. Jarvis, call up Obadiah Stan's recent activity track. Tony thought for a moment and calmly issued an order. In fact, He had investigated Abade a long time ago, but from Abade's computer and the daily conversations saved in the surveillance camera, not only did he not find any clues about his kidnapping, but Abade's anxious search for his audio and video. However, in Tony's eyes, this did not clear Abade's suspicion, but it seemed like evidence deliberately created by Abade. However, due to the obstacles in his heart, after the investigation, Tony gradually let go of his doubts and concentrated on making armor. From time to time, he went to the war zone to test the power of the new armor and fight against the Ten Rings gang rampant abroad. Therefore, in the area where he often moved, he also had a nickname of Iron Man. However, this name has not yet spread to the mainland. At this time, hearing what Abade said at the press conference, Tony had a new idea. Since there is no direct evidence to prove his conjecture, can we consider indirect evidence? You know, Stark Industries can't find the key weapons project mentioned by Abade at all, which means that everything Abade said is either a lie or the weapon he said that can change the current war situation is not in Stark Industries at all, but is being studied by him privately as a secret. What is worth doing this for? Tony's face sank slightly, and he saw Jarvis calling up Abade's activity track and locked a place. It was a warehouse next to the headquarters of Stark Industries, used to store experimental weapons. This is the only way for Abade to pass every day. In other words, Abade passes by here every day. What is there in a warehouse that is worth him to see every day? Call up the surveillance of the warehouse, Tony said, and saw that the surveillance content called up by Jarvis was actually all pictures of the outside of the warehouse, and he couldn't help but frowned. He asked, "Where is the internal footage?" Jarvis replied, "Sir, no cameras were found inside the warehouse." Okay. Tony curled his lips, but his expression did not improve, and became more solemn. "It's really you." He took a deep breath. "Jarvis, call up the Mark IV armor and plan a route to New York." "Understood." Jarvis nodded. The first 3 generations of Mark armor must be assembled with the help of external mechanical arms, but starting from the Mark IV generation, it can be put on independently. The portable armor of the Mark V generation allows him to carry the armor with him at any time and go anywhere. Tony's wisdom should not be underestimated. Especially in this world that Anton has invaded, his research on armor is faster and more advanced. With his speed, it didn't take long for him to arrive in New York and land on the rooftop of the Stark Industries building. After a moment of hesitation, Tony took off his armor. He walked down the building. Unexpectedly, he ran into someone he didn't expect. "Tony." The blonde woman looked at the man with a mustache in front of her in surprise. "Pepper." Tony was stunned. "It's so late. Why are you still here? I'm your assistant. Although you have been banned from working, you are the chairman after all. I help you sign and stamp every day, understand?" Pepper rolled her eyes. "By the way, it's just time to get off work. Why are you here and come down from upstairs?" "I'm here to see Obama." Tony simply said it without any detailed explanation, waving his hand and said, "Do your thing. Don't worry about me." After that, he went to Abadias' office. "Tony." Abadia smiled brightly when he saw Tony. "You are a rare guest." He smiled. "Even before, I rarely saw you in the company. It's different, Obama." Tony's eyes locked on the old bald man in front of him. "I came to see you because of something. I hope you can answer me truthfully." "Oh." Abadia was very surprised. "What is it?" "About my kidnapping in Afghanistan." Tony spoke slowly. In front of him, Abadia narrowed his eyes and quietly closed the distance with Tony. "This matter." Ugh. Tony hadn't finished speaking when he was attacked by Abade. He fell to the ground, staring at Abade with eyes wide open. Shit. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Abade to dare to openly turn against him in the company. Neural paralysis induction weapons can cause neural paralysis for a short time. It's a pity that it has not been approved by the government. I have to admit that sometimes it is actually quite useful. Abade looked at Tony in front of him coldly, and the ambition in his eyes was burning uncontrollably. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. The cause of your death was irreversible heart damage caused by the shrapnel in your heart," Abade said calmly. "Who made you have an artificial creation in your chest? You have to admit that sometimes mechanical objects are prone to failure, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled off the arc reactor on Tony's chest, turned around and left, and locked the door of his office. Obviously, Abade was a little too confident. He ignored Tony's will to survive, and the halo of Marvel's father. Tony struggled to open the door, and climbed all the way to the door of the chairman's office on the same floor. Creak. Pepper pushed the door open and knocked Tony, who was lying on the ground, unconsciously. The unfortunate Tony groaned in pain, and almost lost his soul. "Tony!" Pepper exclaimed, and saw that her boss was obviously not in a good state, and asked in panic, "What's wrong with you?" "Pepper, listen." Tony was almost suffocated and couldn't speak. "I remember. I gave you a heart. I hope it is here now. If it's not here, I'm dead." Tony didn't say this because he saw through the open door of the chairman's office that on the table in his office, which is now Pepper's office, his heart was placed. It's time to get off work. The building where Anton works is located in the center of Manhattan. He was driving his Mercedes-Benz car to get off work and was on his way home when he suddenly found himself stuck near the Stark Industrial Building. While he was stuck in the traffic jam, two steel figures fell from the sky in front of him. Boom. A huge sound exploded from his ears. The Red Iron Man rescued an innocent citizen in a car, and then continued to fight the Silver Iron Man. Anton was stunned. He found that he seemed to have bad luck, and he could run into all kinds of messy and shitty things. The last time the Lizard Man incident in Oscorp was taken care of by himself. But this time, if he went off work honestly, he could also run into Iron Man fighting Ironmonger. This is really sci-fi. Then he looked carefully and saw that Tony was not in a good state. He was being beaten by Ironmonger, who was incarnated by Abade. It was even more exaggerated than the original plot. At this time, Tony seemed to have lost all his energy, and even his helmet was torn off. Anton focused on Ironmonger's hand. It seemed that it was Tony's helmet that was torn off, and now it has become a pile of scrap metal. It's too miserable. Anton began to doubt whether Tony Stark could still perform the famous scene tomorrow, and whether he would really not be beaten to death tonight. The scene was a little out of control. The fight between the two was beyond Anton's expectations. In addition, the citizens who encountered this incident also cursed bad luck, bad luck, bad luck one after another. Their brains went blank, and they were affected before they could escape. You know, New York has encountered major events performed by supervillains one after another. It is no longer a simple bad luck to summarize it. It is purely the chosen place. Yesterday it was Dr. Octopus, and today it is Ironmonger. Of course, they don't know how to comment on the two Iron Men in front of them today. But obviously, neither of them is a good person. Especially the silver-clad larger Iron Man, who pressed the Red Iron Man to the ground and rubbed him like a tyrant. Missiles popped out from the shoulders of the Silver Iron Man, that is, Ironmonger, and flew in all directions. Ironmonger's main target is actually Tony's incarnation of Iron Man. Boom. The huge flames and shockwave spread, overturning a number of nearby cars, including a bus, all rolling away. Fortunately, the people in the car escaped in advance, otherwise the number of casualties would be astonishing. Beep beep. The sirens on the main road continued. People farther away found that the road was blocked and got out of their cars in panic and fled. Anton, who was not far away, did not rush to act, but stared at the scene in front of him with interest, not worried that Tony would die so easily. It was not time for him to take action yet. To be honest, he was far less interested in killing Ironmonger than in watching Tony Stark suffer. Boom! Exclamation mark. Tony. Ironmonger stepped on Iron Man's chest, looked down at his exposed face, and gritted his teeth. For 40 years, I have always supported you, Tony. Think about it yourself. What have you given me in return? He spoke word by word. I built this company from scratch, and I will never allow anything to stand in my way. Even if it's you. Go to hell. The deep voice was filled with extreme madness. Tony gritted his teeth and persisted. He lost his helmet, and the missile system failed in the battle, and the energy was about to run out. He only had one last chance to release the shockwave. There was no hesitation. He fired the shockwave with both hands, knocking Ironmonger back. Tony used his agile movements and power to get to the back of Ironmonger's neck, ready to tear off Ironmonger's internal structure. But he miscalculated. Ironmonger grabbed him and punched him unceremoniously, his fist smashing down like a boulder. Tony closed his eyes in despair, his life flashing through his mind. He did not regret his choice. Boom. A huge collision sounded. A strong wind blew in front of Tony, making his face hurt. Feeling something was wrong around him, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw another silver body, about the same size as himself, but with more prominent lines, standing in front of him. This person took Ironmonger's fist. Since it was not the first time they met, Tony was not unfamiliar with this person. Cyborg. Tony lost his voice. Why are you here? This is New York. Cyborg turned his head and faced Tony with half of his black face, and the mechanical eyes released red light, which made Tony feel friendly. However, Tony did not expect that Cyborg would appear again just one day later. Strictly speaking, this is the second time that Cyborg has saved himself. If it weren't for Cyborg, his fate would probably not be much better than today's incident with Dr. Octopus and the artificial sun. Since you are fighting in New York, didn't you calculate how long it would take for a superhero to get here? Cyborg's tone was calm, and his words contained unparalleled confidence. He continued, we are not related departments like the New York Police Department and SHIELD who are good at cleaning up the ground. We are good at solving enemies. You guys? Tony caught the key point of this sentence. Da-da-da. There were footsteps behind him. Turning his head, he opened his eyes wide and saw a person who had been famous for a long time and was a household name, but for some reason, he didn't like him very much. Nice to meet you, Tony Stark. The man in black armor and flying cape nodded to him with a stern expression. Tony always felt that the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, with a smile. Batman, he said with a complicated tone, and breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of Batman and Cyborg means that the situation tonight has room for control. Tony subconsciously tilted his head. He was very proud and didn't want others to see his embarrassed appearance. Tony. Suddenly, seeing Batman and Cyborg appear, Pepper, who had been standing in the distance and staring at the scene nervously, came running all the way. She hugged Tony tightly. Leave this to Batman and Cyborg. You need treatment now. Tony took a deep breath after hearing this. He felt that he was underestimated. If the arc reactor had not been replaced with an old version, the energy would not be enough, and even the shockwave could not be used many times, and the missile system was damaged. He would never have fallen to this point. Tony, you almost died. Pepper took Tony to the curb next to him, with a face full of fear and lingering fear. Pepper, there will be no future. Tony comforted Pepper, looking at the confrontation between Cyborg and Ironmonger in front of him, and clenched his fists. This was a humiliating battle, which greatly hurt his self-esteem. After he returns, he will definitely completely transform the armor and create a more powerful and amazing armor, instead of being called a copycat of Cyborg or Batman. Cyborg. Abade looked at the man in front of him, his face slightly changed. As a half-controller of an arms company, although he knows nothing about technology, it does not mean that he cannot see the excellence of Cyborg's mechanical body. Compared with the Ironmonger he controls, Abade knows that Cyborg's mechanical body is not ordinary technology. Then let's see whose design is more powerful. However, Abade laughed loudly, without any fear or retreat in his heart. At this point, he has no way out. Secondly, pressing Tony to the ground and robbing him just now gave him great self-confidence. It seems that wearing this Ironmonger armor, he has reached the level of being invincible in the world. In this regard, Anton can only say that Abade is inflated. Then next, of course, he must let Abade know what there are people beyond people means. Although Anton was a little surprised by the development of the situation, since Tony was now out of tricks, as the protagonist, he naturally had to let the Cyborg clone teach Tony a lesson. Tony must know how steel was tempered and how the Iron Man fought. Of course, the Iron Man here refers to Cyborg. As a half-mechanical biochemical man, he should naturally be classified as an Iron Man team. Chapter 122 Ninja Turtles. Why are we late again? After a simple exchange, the two sides started the battle without saying a word. The macro missile on Abade's shoulder aimed at Cyborg and fired with a bang, dragging a long tail flame to kill Cyborg. Cyborg dodged, and a stream of air sprayed out from his feet, and the whole person flew into the air. During the process, various data streams flashed through his brain, calculating a bad day's next movement route and various countermeasures. At the same time, his palm changed into a cannon barrel, condensed a substantial energy shell, and instantly killed a bad day. Boom. A bad day just moved sideways and injured the attack of the energy shell. A large dent appeared on the left chest of Iron Overlord. Fortunately, he ordered his researchers to improve Iron Overlord and greatly enhance its defensiveness, otherwise he would be in trouble. Don't think you are the only one who can fly. Despite the heavy blow, Abade did not panic too much. He chose to close the distance and use Iron Overlord's huge body to create an advantage and crush the opponent. Both sides were equipped with various weapons. Attacking each other from a distance would only prolong the battle time, which would definitely be disadvantageous to the older party. It would be better to be ruthless to himself. Abade's idea was simple. What he didn't expect was that his actions were exactly what Cyborg wanted. A huge flame spurted out from under Iron Overlord's feet, pushing his body weighing several tons, soaring into the sky, and heading straight for Cyborg not far away. However, just as Abade approached Cyborg, clenched his fists, and prepared to hit him, he suddenly saw a smear on Cyborg's face. Not good. This thought flashed through his mind inexplicably. Cyborg, relying on the calculations in his mind and the rich combat experience blessed by Anton, easily avoided Iron Overlord's attack. He saw that both hands transformed into energy cannons, and there was airflow under his feet and behind his back, which pushed him to the back of Iron Overlord's head, aimed at Iron Overlord's head, and issued a shooting order. Boom! Exclamation mark. The energy cannon fired, and Ironmonger's back of the head was struck by lightning. His huge body stopped in midair, and then fell from dozens of meters in the air, hitting the ground hard. Crack. The road was sunken, and the spider web-like lines instantly covered the vision of the few people present, as if there was a huge earthquake. Cyborg did not miss this opportunity. Whoosh! In just a few seconds, he rose hundreds of meters into the air, aimed at Abade in the deep pit, and then fell like a meteor. Boom! Exclamation mark. He hit with all his strength, and stepped hard on Ironmonger's chest, who had just stood up tremblingly. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of being overwhelmed came from Ironmonger's body. Seeing this, the few people present understood that Ironmonger had no power to fight back against Cyborg. Cyborg. Tony's eyes were a little shocked. He didn't expect that Abade would be knocked down so easily when facing Cyborg. In comparison, he seemed to be a waste. Of course, strictly speaking, it can't be counted as such. First of all, Tony was not in his peak condition. After replacing the old arc reactor, his energy was less than half of the original, which was only enough for him to launch two shockwaves, which had a great impact on his mobility. Secondly, Abade was very smart to destroy the weapon system on Tony's armor at close range during the initial contact battle, who lacked combat experience. This put Tony in a position of defeat and he could hardly find room for maneuver. Although he was somewhat hit, Tony at this time still had great self-confidence. He did not think that his armor was weaker than Cyborg's, but simply believed that he still had a lot of room for improvement. He was not discouraged. Tony, it seems that you have to work harder. At this time, a voice that was not familiar, but no longer unfamiliar sounded in his ears. Iron Man. Batman came to him at some point and smiled. If you really have the determination to become a superhero, it is far from enough to just do this step. I will do what I should do, Batman. Tony glanced at the man next to him and answered in a deep voice. As they talked, the battle continued. Ironmonger's steel body was severely damaged, but he did not lose his ability to move. Abade controlled Ironmonger to struggle to get up and planned to fight back with the remaining strength. Bang! Cyborg was merciless. He pressed one hand on Ironmonger's head and stuffed his head into the asphalt road. The air behind and under his feet sprayed, dragging Ironmonger abruptly, plowing a deep and more obvious gully on the road that had already produced dense cracks. Kai kai kai. Sparks flew from the friction between steel and the ground. Cyborg didn't stop until he dragged Ironmonger into the Stark Industries headquarters on the side of the road. He stuffed his hands into the connection between Ironmonger's neck and body, urged all the strength in his body, and forcibly opened the opening of Ironmonger's chest. Crack, 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 crack. Cyborg showed a brutal posture. It took only a few seconds to remove part of Ironmonger's shell. Lightning crackled, and the circuit inside Ironmonger broke. However, Abade didn't give up. His eyes widened with anger, and a missile on his shoulder moved and aimed at the cyborg in front of him. Be careful. Not far away, Pepper, who saw this scene, couldn't help but exclaimed. Tony's face also sank slightly, but he noticed that Batman beside him didn't move at all, and seemed to have absolute confidence in Cyborg, and had no intention of intervening in the battle. Aren't they companions? The thought just flashed through his mind. Click. The shell on the shoulder was about to start. Under the shocked eyes of Tony and Pepper, in a flash of lightning, Cyborg raised his iron fist and rushed into the barrel of the cannon on Ironmonger's shoulder without hesitation. Boom! Exclamation mark. The missile exploded directly in the barrel, and the huge flames enveloped the two of them. The broken shrapnel and steel fragments flew in all directions. Because when the missile exploded, Ironmonger's armor had been torn open by Cyborg, and the shockwave and flames spread to Abade inside. They could even hear Abade's screams in the flames. Then, a figure flew out of the flames, unscathed. It was Cyborg. It's over. Cyborg nodded to Batman, and the airflow under his feet increased its output. His body soared into the air, rushed into the sky, and disappeared into the night sky. You're leaving now? Tony was a little confused. This is too straightforward. After all, Cyborg saved his life, but he didn't even have time to thank him. I have money. Even if we don't talk about money, we can discuss technology. Tony, who was very interested in the technology on Cyborg, turned his head helplessly and looked at Batman beside him. This guy hasn't left yet. Tony, we will meet again. However, after Cyborg left, Batman looked at him and left a sentence. He didn't mean to communicate with the latter in depth. He flashed into the darkness and disappeared in front of Tony and Pepper in a blink of an eye, just like Cyborg. You're leaving like this too? Then why did you come here? Isn't Cyborg enough alone? Are you here to watch the fun? Tony immediately became messy, looked down at his embarrassed self, and was speechless. After a moment, the police car arrived late with sirens blaring. It was still the New York Police Department task force led by George Stacy. Beside him, there were still 4 turtles. However, when they arrived at the scene excitedly, they saw Tony Stark wearing a tattered armor, staring at the burned wreckage of the Ironmonger in front of him, and her charred body inside. Tony, George, who was about to get off work when he received the alarm, rushed to the scene without stopping, and discovered an astonishing fact. He was late again. He was so happy to get a bargain. What? Beside him, the 4 little turtles saw the mess after the war. There were overturned or burned vehicles all around. The road under their feet was cracked, and there was a huge deep pit. The Ninja Turtles looked at each other. Michelangelo was particularly upset and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why are you late again? Why is it so difficult to complete a mission? George looked at Tony and was about to ask something when he saw another black car driving over, breaking through the ongoing blockade of the police force and stopping in front of him and Tony. Who is it? George frowned. Who dares to be so rude? As soon as he thought about it, he saw a black one-eyed man getting off the driver's seat, followed by a man with a very high hairline in the passenger seat. At the same time, a man and a woman got off the back seat. Chief Stacy, we will take over here. Nick Fury showed George his ID and said calmly, with a hint of unquestionable, now please ask the New York Police Department to help us block this place. SHIELD. George frowned even deeper and finally snorted coldly, calling his colleagues and several turtles around him. No need to come over, you continue to block the scene. On the other side, Coulson came to Tony and Pepper. Mr. Stark, Ms. Pepper, we should be able to have a good talk now, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Famous Scene. Phone call from Phil. After Anton returned home, he retrieved several photos of Tony taken by Cyborg from Cyborg's database. He chose the one he was most interested in, uploaded it to his email, and sent it to Eddie, who had just returned home. In the photo, Tony, who was transformed into Iron Man, had lost his helmet. His hair on his forehead was wet with sweat and stuck together in a mess, revealing half of his face, and he looked visibly miserable. Iron Man pressed him to the ground, holding up his iron fist, as if Tony's head would explode like a watermelon in the next moment. Tony was closing his eyes, as if waiting to die. TSK. This photo should allow Tony to savor it for a long time. Anton chuckled. Tonight, he actually thought about inviting Tony to join the Justice League. But when the incident was over, he didn't say it. There were many reasons. One of them was that Tony was still unruly at this time. Even when the Avengers were first established, Tony, Thor and Captain America were tit for tat, and no one was willing to give in. Especially Tony and Captain America, the two of them disliked each other from the beginning to the end. The root of it is still because of the issue of dominance. Both of them have a strong side in their personalities, so they are unwilling to give up the dominance and do things on their own. It was not until Coulson was stabbed to death by Loki that the two put aside their past grudges and began to cooperate further. Of course, this must be based on the premise that both sides have a common enemy. Moreover, even if the two further cooperate and the relationship is eased, there is still a certain degree of dominance after the New York War. The Civil War during Captain America 3 and the appearance of the Winter Soldier completely stimulated the potential contradictions between the two. The above are all later. In short, after preparing for the Justice League, Anton's thinking gradually became clear. If Tony joins the Justice League at this time, it will inevitably conflict with Batman's positioning. After all, Tony is not a character who listens to advice. Instead of recruiting Tony, who doesn't like to listen and likes to act on his own, into the Justice League, it is better to let Tony develop on his own. Isn't the Avengers Alliance still recruiting people? Let Tony go wherever he wants. Anyway, the first generation of Justice League, which has not been officially established, but is almost finalized, has no shortage of people. Ding dong. The computer popped up a prompt sound. Anton came back to his senses and found that Eddie had received and checked his email and replied to him with 3, which shows how angry he was. He didn't know that the New York's top star reporter across the computer had 1,000 horses running wildly in his heart. It was rare for him to get off work on time, but he missed such a big scene. Eddie was so angry that he vomited blood. Although he didn't know Ironmonger, it was impossible for him not to know the other protagonist in the photo. Tony Stark. Wrong. Exclamation mark. Eddie regretted it so much. He made up his mind not to get off work on time again, and to be a diligent worker who would not miss any big scenes in the future. So he ignored April on the bed and sat in front of the computer to finish his manuscript. Be sure to upload this article, with photos full of information, to the official website of the Daily Bugle and push it to everyone's information column the first time all office workers get up tomorrow. Grab the hot spots. The Daily Bugle is professional. The next day, the streets of New York were crowded with people. Office workers, students, unemployed vagrants, and even homeless people on the street, either holding their mobile phones or watching TV on the street, all showed extremely shocked expressions. Last night, the battle between the two Iron Men in Manhattan had spread throughout New York in a short period of time. The heat instantly overshadowed Dr. Octopus Otto the day before yesterday. This is Tony Stark. Compared with Tony, Dr. Octopus Otto is a nobody. And there is another point. The Silver Iron Man last night, the giant, seems to be from Stark Industries. Last night, on the road outside Stark Industries, the traffic coming and going, those innocent citizens, all watched the two sides fly out of the building. Is it an internal fight in Stark Industries? Countless people began to brainstorm. There are also many Tony haters who compare Cyborg to Tony Stark and think that Tony Stark's title of invention genius is not worth mentioning at all. The fighting power is not even on the same level. Among them, a photo of Tony Stark appeared in the eyes of all the spectators who paid attention to this matter. Tony was embarrassedly stepped on by Ironmonger. It is worth mentioning that this photo came from the Daily Bugle, Stark Industries building. Chairman's office. Tony was browsing the news, and after seeing the photo, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He didn't know where this photo came from, but he knew with his ass that it was probably related to Cyborg and Batman. These two people have a close relationship with the Daily Bugle, especially that bastard Anton. Maybe he did it. Batman really came to watch the fun. Tony, I have contacted all the media in New York, and the press conference will start in 2 hours. Pepper walked into the office. This is the speech, provided to you by S.H.I.E.L.D. She hesitated and handed the document in her hand to Tony. Although there is a photo of you on the internet, most of the citizens at the scene actually didn't notice your face. The photo can be said to be fake. With current computer technology, it is entirely possible to make such a fake photo. In addition, the shareholders also hope that you can keep it secret. They believe that this news may have a worse impact on the stock price of Stark Industries. Got it? Tony restrained his anger and took the press release. His face was expressionless, and there was light in his eyes. I don't know what he was thinking. 2 hours later, Tony stood on the podium, facing the curious eyes in front of him. After a moment of silence, he raised the speech in his hand and let the paper fly in the air. Seeing this, Pepper helplessly held her forehead. She had already guessed what would happen next. Carlson on the side also secretly thought that it was not good and had a premonition that things were out of control. Offstage, Eddie held up the camera and saw Tony Stark's actions. He knew that the other party did not act according to common sense. Next, it must be another big news. All American citizens can eat melons to their heart's content. I know what you want to ask. Tony looked around, thought for a moment, and spoke calmly. I'm Iron Man. DC Company. Anton turned on the TV, watched the live broadcast of the press conference, and witnessed the famous scene. In fact, this time, Tony's self-proclaimed Iron Man was far less dazzling than in the original plot. After all, Batman was a role model, and as an Iron Man, Cyborg appeared in the public eye first, and Ironmonger pressed Tony to the ground and rubbed him. If Cyborg had not appeared in time, it is not known whether Tony could have killed Ironmonger. Despite this, Tony, relying on his original popularity, naturally snatched the popularity of Dr. Octopus the day before yesterday, and even sent Cyborg to the hot search again. The two keywords Iron Man and Cyborg remained high on the internet. In a few days, the popularity will not go down. Anton didn't know that Tony, who had just declared himself to be Iron Man, was invited to drink tea by Nick Fury of SHIELD. After he said this and stepped down. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because he just received a call from Phil, who was far away in Brazil. He was shocked when he heard what the other party said. Boss. On the other side of the phone, Phil was hiding in the room, with a look of horror on his face. Even when he was reporting the situation to Anton, he was still frightened. He swallowed his saliva and said nervously, something happened. A green monster appeared here, and the last part of the mind transmission device was taken away by him. And, we are being targeted by the military. There will be updates during the day, probably in the afternoon. Chapter 124, heading to Brazil. Ross's ambition. Sorry, I was confused today. This chapter should be chapter 123. I don't want to bother the editor for such a small matter. So, leave it like this. Please forgive me. Don't worry, this paragraph is added later, and does not count. What? Anton was surprised. This matter was indeed beyond his expectations. Green Monster? Army? How did the remnants of the Bigfoot gang get involved with these two guys again? Although Phil did not accurately mention the identities of both parties in his words, he could naturally think of something when he thought of Brazil and the time node, the Hulk, and the army led by General Ross who was chasing him. Boss, we didn't expect it either. Phil was helpless and told Anton the whole story. They searched in the rainforest for a whole day and finally found the exact location and dug out the last part of the mind transmission device. As a result, a loud noise suddenly came from a distance. A helicopter was flattened and thrown over like a toy, with all the propellers bent. It fell beside them from an unknown distance. In the rainforest, trees were broken in half, and some were taken out of the ground with their roots. Mud splashed on their faces, and everyone was stunned. Boom. The next moment, the helicopter exploded. As the wind and waves swept, a muscular, huge green figure jumped into the air like a flea and then fell from the air, appearing in front of Phil and others. This was a giant, shirtless green monster wearing only a pair of shorts. The moment he landed, the ground shook, as if there was an earthquake. Seeing Phil and others holding weapons, the green monster punched a Bigfoot gang member to death without saying a word. Coincidentally, the military team arrived. The remaining helicopters were loaded with powerful barrels, aiming at the green monster in the tropical rainforest, as well as Phil and others. In a flash, the green monster accidentally stepped on the position of the fragments of the mind transmission device, and then activated the fragments. Swish! The green monster disappeared with the fragments. Everyone was stunned again. Phil and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, and were finally surrounded by the army. They had to work very hard to escape, and suffered heavy losses. This trip was supposed to be safe, but ended up in big trouble. Nearly 10 people went, and now, including himself, there are only 3 left. In addition to him, the remaining 2 people are naturally Dr. Stockman and the female ninja Kale. Of course, the military also suffered heavy losses. Under the crazy counterattack of the remnants of the Bigfoot gang, more than 30 soldiers were lost. Not to mention that the 2 sides had no hatred originally. This way, there is hatred, even if there is no hatred. To be honest, the most distressed person now is not the military and the remnants of the Bigfoot gang, but Phil. He came to Brazil for a trip, but ended up getting in trouble with the military. Doesn't this confirm his identity as a supervillain? After returning, he will not be found by the military and taken to prison on the spot, right? Phil could see clearly that the army that came to encircle and suppress the green monster this time was not from Brazil. The old American flag on their chests was definitely the group of soldiers who were carrying out a cross-border mission that they met at the airport gate when they got off the plane. After telling the whole story, not only Phil felt complicated, but even Anton, who heard the whole process, was speechless. However, we should still be able to find the remaining fragments and the location of the monster through the positioning instrument. Phil thought of something and said, "It's just that the positioning instrument was damaged during the escape not long ago, and now there is no way to complete the positioning. In this case, let's come back first." Anton thought about it, and just as he was about to speak, he heard a loud bang from the other side of the phone. Phil subconsciously turned his head to look, and was stunned on the spot. The door of the room was kicked open, and a submachine gun was pointed at him in the room, which surprised him. "Don't move, raise your hands." The army surrounded the hotel where Phil was, and a team of soldiers holding guns, with terrifying and deep muzzles, pointed at him one after another. Phil had no time to put on the Green Goblin suit. He raised his hand and let go of his phone, letting it fall to the carpet in the hotel room. He followed the soldiers out of the room, and saw that Stockman was also handcuffed. Among the 3, Calais, who was the most powerful fighter with bare hands, was no exception, and became a prisoner of the army. "It seems that I don't have to worry about whether I will be caught after returning home." Phil tried to make a good time, and a thought flashed through his mind. "It's even a problem whether I can go back or not." Phil. Anton heard the movement on the other end of the phone and his face darkened slightly. He summoned the cyborg clone with a thought, and in just a few seconds, he used his mobile phone to locate Phil's hotel in Brazil. Then, he deleted all the information records on Phil's mobile phone. Through the hotel camera, he saw Phil and others being escorted out of the room by the army from the perspective of the cyborg clone. Boom. Without hesitation, he attached his consciousness to the cyborg, broke through the window, and flew into the sky. His destination was naturally Brazil. When rushing out of the villa area, the surveillance cameras stopped at the previous moment wherever they passed, and they resumed operation only after Anton, who had turned into a steel skeleton, completely left the area. Brazil, near Rio de Janeiro. A certain flight base. This is a temporary base that Ross borrowed with his own connections. They will stay here today, and they will return to the United States early tomorrow morning. In the process, Ross also found out the identity of Stockman as quickly as possible. As for Phil and Kale, their identities are still unknown. The former is a very famous scientist, and the latter 2 are not so well known or even unknown compared to Stockman. Inside the base, there is a closed room that looks like an interrogation room. A beam of light shines on Stockman's face. Sitting opposite him is General Ross, who has an expressionless face and a hint of hesitation in his eyes. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly laughed, which frightened Stockman. Baxter Stockman, a scientist who has been studying teleportation technology for many years. Ross said slowly, "So, the reason why the person I want to catch disappears in an instant is because of your teleportation technology?" "No, that can't be said." Stockman swallowed his saliva and said slightly, "Teleportation technology is not perfect yet. I can teleport people away, but I can't teleport them back. Do you understand? If you want to find that person, I'm sorry I can't do anything. You can't even guarantee that he is still on Earth?" Ross raised his eyebrows. "This?" Stockman was speechless and nodded with difficulty. "I found an interesting thing in your equipment. My technology expert told me that it is a positioning instrument." Ross thought about it and said with a smile, "Drive Stockman, can you tell me what it is used for?" Stockman was shocked. Looking at the old fox in front of him, he always felt that the other party had noticed the trick. A moment later, Stockman was carried away groaning. Although he didn't die, he was tortured enough. As a ruthless and determined general who only wants to achieve his goal, it should be a matter of course for us to torture the interrogated person. Mind transmission device, positioning instrument, banner. Your casual escape really brought me a little surprise. In the interrogation room, Ross was not in a hurry to leave. He thought for a while and showed a cold smile. There is no doubt that, since Banner escaped through the fragments of the mind transmission device, the location of the fragments and Banner's location naturally overlap. It is not a problem to repair the positioning instrument and find Banner again. It is even possible to form a complete mind transmission device through Banner. Kill two birds with one stone. Ross didn't know that at this time, a man was shuttling through the clouds at a very fast speed and heading straight to Brazil. The update at 12 o'clock tonight will be moved to tomorrow daytime. There will be more updates tomorrow. I will post as much as I write. The main reason is that I did various physical examinations in the hospital today, especially gastroscopy, and my condition was very bad. I went to bed early. In addition, there is nothing wrong with my body, just a little gastritis. Thank you for your concern. Chapter 125 Last Chance. Cyborg speed is very fast, comparable to Iron Man, and even faster than Iron Man, who has not yet developed a stronger model of armor. Both can easily achieve supersonic flight, reaching a speed of Mach 2. Anton only took less than 3 hours to get from New York to Brazil. Brazil, near Rio de Janeiro, tropical rainforest. Anton came all the way while activating Cyborg's ability and has been monitoring General Ross in the flight base where he led the army to stay temporarily. The scene in the interrogation room is not visible, but the scene of Stockman being carried out falls into his field of vision. Obviously, Ross has some understanding of the purpose of Phil and his group. Stockman is not a loyal and trustworthy guy. Unlike the ninja, the reason why this guy obeys the orders of the Bigfoot gang is not because of his personal worship of Shredder, but simply to curry favor with the powerful. Boom boom boom. Anton thought for a moment, but his speed did not slow down. The shock wave generated by the supersonic speed behind him continued to ripple out, releasing amazing sounds between the sky and the earth. The flight base is within reach. As the distance got closer, the possibility of being discovered was also increasing. However, Anton never thought of concealing his arrival. Although he could shield the radar sensor of the flight base, the sonic boom and shock wave generated by supersonic speed could not be hidden from the soldiers' ears. Besides, how could he not show his force to snatch people from the army? Boom. A strong wind suddenly rose, and the airwave came from far away. Inside the flight base, the soldiers on guard opened their eyes wide, felt something was wrong, and immediately sounded the alarm. Within a few minutes, a group of neatly dressed soldiers stood in the open space with guns in hand, waiting for orders. Soon, Ross arrived late. He looked grim, staring at the silver figure in the distance that had returned to normal speed and was slowly flying. His eyes stayed on the half-exposed face, and his brows were slightly frowned. "Who are you?" Ross was very unfamiliar with the person in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" Recently, he has been carrying out missions in Brazil. He knows nothing about the superhero Cyborg, who has become famous in the United States. As for the cyborg movies, novels, comics, and other entertainment works, these are not Ross's taste. It's not important. Anton's cyborg stayed above the flight base, his tone calm, his red electronic eyes locked onto Ross, and the blue dot on his forehead became more and more dazzling. He said slowly, "You caught the person I wanted to catch." Oh. Ross suddenly understood what he was talking about. Stockman, and those two unlucky guys? He sneered, "I don't care who you are. Since they have become my prisoners, they are my captives. If you want to take them away from me, you must first consider whether the gun in my hand will agree." Sure enough, there is nothing to say to you. Anton had expected this, so he didn't feel anything, just a little regretful. Of course, he felt sorry for the other party. "Ross, are you serious? Want to go against me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed his hands into a supersonic cannon. The energy gathered, and with a boom, the supersonic cannon shell fell next to the crowd, smashing a huge round pit in the ground, and stone chips flew. This shot was a warning from Anton using his own force, and did not hurt the soldiers. "Shoot." Ross had a blank expression on his face, ignoring Anton's warning, and issued the order. Bang. Not far away, the shells were heading towards Anton, who had turned into a steel skeleton. Anton moved slightly, but found that the shells were actually chasing his body. Tracking shells? An idea flashed through his mind, and he casually threw out a ball of energy, detonating the shells in the air above the flight base. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky, and airwaves rolled. Ross's face was solemn, and he could see that the other party was not a character to be messed with. "The firepower is too small. Increase the firepower," he ordered. "Don't let him get close to the flight base again. General, the other party is too strong. With our current equipment and weapons, we may not be a match." The men around him were a little panicked, and persuaded him tactfully. The subtext was that they should hand over the 3 people they had just captured to the other party. Impossible. Ross gnashed his teeth, and warned his men in a decisive tone, "If you dare to say such a thing again, leave my army. Understood?" "Understood." The man next to him was sweating profusely, fearing that he would completely anger Ross. But he didn't understand at all that Ross would never give up on Stockman and the other two. He had to report to his superiors if the mission failed. Although the failure of the mission would not have a bad impact on his status, if he could hand over the telepathy technology represented by Stockman, it would definitely allow him to move to a higher level. This technology, from a strategic perspective of global layout, is far superior to the white moonlight in his heart, that is, Bruce Banner. And the reason why this robot-like enemy in front of him wanted to take away the 3 Stockmans from them was undoubtedly for telepathy technology. This technology cannot be in the hands of others. Ross's eyes ignited with flames, staring at the man flying around, wandering among the shells, and strolling leisurely above his head, and clenched his fists. "Move the 3 of them to another place." Ross thought for a moment, and ordered his men, "I'll hold this robot back." "Okay, sir." The men received the order, and hurriedly left the open space of the flight base, and walked into the room where Stockman and the other 2 were imprisoned. Oh. Anton avoided the shell attack, while monitoring the room where Stockman and the other 2 were. Seeing them being brought out, he guessed Ross's thoughts. What a greedy old fox. With a sigh, he was not going to continue to entangle. Swish. The whole person stayed in midair, allowing shells to kill him one by one, and then placed his hands on his chest, and strong energy fluctuations emerged around his body. The next moment, he suddenly opened his arms, and a circular sound wave barrier suddenly expanded, forming substantial ripples visible to the naked eye, gradually sweeping across the entire flight base. Kakaka. Under the shocked eyes of all the soldiers, including Ross and others, the dense shells stopped in midair, as if time had stopped for a moment. Boom. Boom. Then, these shells exploded one after another, and a series of fires seemed to be setting off fireworks. The dazzling light caused a strong shockwave, which made the soldiers stagger and unstable. The ground was shaking. The fighter planes at the flight base were directly overturned by the strong shockwave and airwave, and fell into chaos. Ross showed a shocked expression. This scene was far beyond his imagination. He had never thought that someone would have such a terrifying power. Although the robot-like man in front of him seemed to have extraordinary power, He had been prepared for these things after seeing the Hulk, the incarnation of Bruce Banner. Of course, it seems that his vaccination is not enough at the moment. Far from enough. Seeing that Ross was stubborn and planned to lead the army to fight to the end, Anton lost his patience and his low voice resounded throughout the flight base. Ross, the question just now is your last chance. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.